Bookster with the 8-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you so much, Bookie, for the sub. I greatly appreciate it. 8 months. Nice work. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisement, like what's going to come up right about now, and use all my fun emotes. Thank you so much. And it's on a 2-month streak as well. Nice, nice. Yes, I have had my tea this morning. So, been doing that, like, pretty much every morning now. Ooh, time sensitive. Yep, so last Saturday of the month. So yeah, that's coming up in two weeks. Good to know. And then... Okay, so that's another thing. Alright, that's not important for me right now. Ding, dong, over to the many thingamadiggies. The kettle rocks? Yeah, it does! Thank you so much for gifting it. Bah! Hi there, Bone. Bah! Welcome, welcome. I am just doing some things in the Final Fantasy XIVs to get to where I need to be, and posting in the Discords, hey, I'm online and I'm streaming and such, isn't it cool and all that, so... Yeah. So I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, wherever it is that you are. I am getting the oh so important process out of the way. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Alright, where else do I need... Oh yeah, here. I need to drop this here as well. Alright. I have my water. I also have a Coke, no sugar, no caffeine on the side as well. I just had to start your day off with GYG. Ah, yep, the good old G's. The good old Guzmans. Yep. Fair enough. If I wasn't so pedantic about my weight and my health, I would most certainly be doing it almost like every day if my finances supported it. And I'm gonna be real, like I was almost doing that last month, which was, what sparked Monday's, downturn. But I'm not gonna let that affect me today. Hang on a second. Dun, dun, dun. I'm not gonna let that affect me today, because in the last week, I have been doing what I can. I have been doing what I can to, reduce my weight and what have you. I've stuck to... How's the tea drinking going? The tea drinking is going fairly well, so it gives me a little bit of energy in the morning. So normally I'd be drinking like 2 coffees or something like that on my day off, like today, but I've only gone for like 1 iced mocha, and I've had my green tea. And what's more is, like, that's a fairly low, like, amount of calories and what have you, but it does wake me up and what have you. But the interesting thing is, let me just move over here ahead of time. The interesting thing is that in the last week, I have actually lost, like, a little over 2 kilos, which is great. Yay! I've lost, like, almost 2.5 kilos so far in my efforts to, and that's with calorie restrictions. That's with, like, having, like, a proper thing put in place to be like, right, I've put like, this much into... I've put this much into my breakfast, I've put this much into my lunch, and I might have had a dinner, like, on 1 or 2 days. And even when I do, like a breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it has not been a huge problem. So hang on a sec. I need to add in the mocha and the green tea for my breakfast. And yeah, so yeah, I'm able to, like, I'm finding that I'm not having to calorie restrict as much as I thought. I do still need to be very watchful of, like, what I eat, however, because I obviously can't, like, because I was doing, like, I was, like, looking at my, like, at the food thingamajiggy, because I did some calculation thingamajiggy. I put the entries in for, Saturday and Sunday before I did, like, and that was before I got the, like, the app for it. And it was a case of, like, oh yeah, you went over your limit, like, so easily. Like, because McDonald's was, like, 3,000 calories. The burritos was, like, a little over 2. So yeah, but going through this week so far, I have tried to, you know, be a lot more restricted, because they put my goal down as 1,980 calories. So that's about, like, where the base metabolic rate is for someone like me should be, even if I was at, like, 80 kilos or something like that. So trying to get down from, like, 145 now to, you know, a different weight is, you know, I'm glad, like, there was, you know, some points where it felt like the weight loss had, like, plateaued from one day to the next, but I think that was just chalked up to, like, bad sleep or something like that, quite frankly. Hi there, Ashy, welcome to the stream. Heck yeah, hot himbo zebra time. Yes, it's Saturday morning. Saturday morning is, hang on a second, I'm not wearing my shirt. I need to change my shirt. One moment, please. Ding dong. Because it's Saturday morning, it means that we go and play the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. So the bing, and then bong, and here we are! Did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free Savage!
24-month tier 1 sub.
24 months!
24-month hype.
Hype! 2 years! Congratulations! Thank you so much! You don't have to deal with any of the advertisement that goes off once an hour with these streams, and you get to utilize all the fun emotes. I wonder if you have after all these years, do you think there's, like, you know, a new emote I should try to add to my roster? I'm curious. Like, do you have a favorite among them? You're 2 years old today on Grant's channel. No, Savage isn't 2 years old. Don't be ridiculous, Bookie. That would be illegal. You have to be at least 16 to be able to, like, have, like, any internet access whatsoever. And you have to be at least, like, 18 to watch these streams. I'm gonna be real with you. Alright, I also need to pause the music in the background as there's music in the game. Hi there, Trumpet Collins. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. I am going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial. Says all the 13-year-olds on Discord, Lamau. Please don't let there be any 13-year-olds in my Discord. I have it as, like, one of the many, it's like one of the first rules when you get into my Discord. You need to be at least 18, please. I don't want to have to deal with teenagers. So yeah, but I've lost, like, 2 kilos so far this week. And yeah, there was only, like, one day where I, like, plateaued, where it was, like, because I went from, like, 147.6 or something to now I'm at, like, 145.1. So one of the days kind of plateaued because I was, like, 146.8 for, like, 2 days in a row. And I think the reason for that, because I did manage, like, my eating habits and what have you. I have to be, I need to be very careful, however. Rule no 1 of Grant's Discord, no goo goo gaga babies. What about me, though? I think we had this worry back in the Yakuza, but I think the conversation ended up being like, it was just a case of, like, oh, you had baby fur things, but you understood that that was your thing, and you were at least overage at the very least. So I think you're relatively fine with that. Just don't do what Elon Musk did and pretend to be, like, a juvenile, like, what's one who's he? Does anyone remember that time Does anyone remember the time when Elon Musk pretended to be like a 4-year-old on his own platform? Like, that was a thing. Like, I'm not making that up. That happened. You was concerned for a second when you heard kilos, lol. Look, okay, so health-wise, to talk about like the weight loss and such like that, health-wise, it is a little bit drastic, but 1 to 2 kilograms in a weight loss journey per week is okay. Like that's a healthy amount of weight loss. So, like if I was doing like, you know, a kilo a day or something like that, that would be very concerning because you're essentially like, you know, getting rid of like a carton of milk every 2 days or something like that. Imagine just dropping a dumbbell like every time you woke up or something crazy like that. So, but that's not what's happening with me. It's just 2 kilos. It's just like 2 kilos a week or something. Your first thought was drugs kilo. God damn it, Wolf Zeta. Elon Musk fishing? Oh, what's the word for it? Lying. That's what it is. Elon Musk was lying. Haven't heard any news on the TV since last year in like November. Fair enough. Look, fair enough. You're not... People don't come to me, the himbo zebra, for like a current affairs and shit. I'm not fully up to the current affairs sometimes, and even when I am, it's always like, you know, the American shit, or maybe a little bit of the Australian nonsense. Ooh! Wait, what did Trump and Collins say? Hang on. Yep, we just if we're banning gun or not. No, you're not banning me. What do you want your ban to be for? You can't ban me! You're eating a bacon, egg, and cheese croissants and scones for brekkie with the other GCFM admins. Oh, that sounds fun. Banning from GCFM. I haven't done anything in the GCFM. I haven't even visited it. You've been telling me for like months where you're just sort of like, hey, Grant, it would be really cool if you like, you know, if you went to the Gold Coast Fur Meet. It'd be great. It's so different from the South Bank Fur Meet. And I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. Now I have very little excuse to say no because, like, I don't know if anyone that's outside of Queensland isn't getting this, so suck on that, non-Queenslanders. But Queensland transportation, so all public transport, bus, train, and ferry, it's 50 cents a trip. I could go from Brisbane to the Gold Coast on 50 cents now. I absolutely love it. Normally it costs me like $4 a trip to get to work. And like this week, I've gone to work nearly every day except for Friday. Granted, there was a little bit of stress of, oh, our ticket count was too high and such, rather than, you know, utilizing the cheap bus fares. But, Grant, next week, come to GCFM, no excuses anymore. I'm still working. What's more is I don't get the Wednesday off for the whatsamahoozies, the Eka holidays, because a buddy at our work, his Eka public holiday in his region is going off Monday, so he has to take care of the kid then. And he's opted in for doing the Wednesday. And our team lead, our manager, hears this and it's like, I don't exactly want to like leave you to do this alone, because there's also like New Zealand staff that are going to be working on the Wednesday as well, and maybe some non-Queensland individuals as well. So we need to, like, maybe we need to get a second person. So then my manager sends me a message of like, hey, Grant, do you have any plans for Wednesday? And then I was just like, I do not. And then they're like, great. I was like, no, but it sounds like I will with this one. And he's like, great. You want to come work on, like, need you to work on Friday or something like that. It was a mix of, like, you know, it's so then that way we have, like, the proper 2 desktop support technicians on a day to do coverage. But then it was also for the second half of, he didn't want me to leave our level 1 alone. Oh my god, so much peck dance. Do you work at Saturday Arvo/evening, Grant? No, I do not. Well, okay, that's not true. Sometimes. Sometimes I work the Saturday morning/afternoon, but we take turns. We take turns with that one. Do you work these nuts? Hang on. There we go. These nuts. Actually, have you seen my Twitter? Like, actually, if it like Tabitha, the these nuts. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like so topical because of like the commission I'm trying to get done with Orc Mom. I can't remember her name, but she's an amazing Canadian artist. It's like Org art or something like that. But yeah, so there was that thing that was amazing. I had to do a really quick 3D render to help like give him like an idea of like, oh, this is what the pose should look like, and then I was just like, fuck it. And then I decided to do like a really poor 3D render of a budgie smuggler, sorry. I say snuggler, but it's budgie smuggler. So, for some reason, Australians decide to call the Speedo, like the nickname is Budgie Smuggler, as if it's like you're smuggling a small bird. History key. Oh, we're at level 93. Hang on a second. Dawntrail level 93 MSQ. There we go. So, you're smuggling a small bird. Yes, well, this tweet, it ain't a bird. It ain't a small bird. Alrighty, so, Wuk Lamat has her sights set on the Yakui village. Oh, this is going to be such an amazing time trying to read this. Let me tell you, Trumpet Collins. You're going to have like, if you ever go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, ever since, I want to say since Shadowbringers, when you went to, like, another dimension, and now you're here, this is, like, you're gonna deal with, like, funkier words as the expansions go on, which is fine because in Japanese, like, all the katakanas and hiraganashis, I'm gonna be real with you, each character is, like, a pronunciation, whereas with like, English, it's not a pronunciation thing. You kind of have to remember, like, 30 different rules for the letter E. Anyway, only here to say hi and bug you about coming to GC Fur Meet and come back to deciding to ban you because you never come. Alright, noted. Noted. I'll double check my work schedule and I'll see what the, I'm not 100% certain if I want to, like, bring the fursuit down because it's, like, got a little bit of maybe? I don't know. That's a lot of coming in one statement. The road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to Yokui. Then it's back to where the path through the mountain begins. You remember? The spot where you were tricked into walking off with Woxie? Yep. Just gonna rub my face in it like that, eh? I wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though, you know? Trying to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. Next is our photographer and a professional. Nice! I hope you realize that, like, my fursuit, like, it's not perfect. Like, especially, it's not a one-to-one to the zebra you see before you as well. Like, ever since I've, like, gained weight, the shirt I would normally wear, like, if I raise my arms up, it doesn't cover my stomach, which is a little... Like, that's one of the things that happened back on, like, Saturday or Sunday that made me so upsetties on Monday that, like, piled onto, like, my, that piled onto my thing, so... So, yeah. Pelu Peddler. And there's a bonus applied for it. Nice. Yep, okay, so we're going the relatively long way. That's fine. I haven't played this game in a while. Like, I thought I was gonna have time, like, over the weekday, but I haven't. My Wondrous Tales expired during that time, and I haven't done any of the flying, like, stuff. Tuloliol is based on South America, essentially. Yeah, no, it is. Like, hang on a sec. Hang on, let me go to the global map. Like, look at this. Like, it's very disproportionate, but over here you have, like, Europe. You have a random island here. You've got, like, China and Japan. And you've got this, like, little connector. Like, this is Russia-ish. And then you have this, where right now we're in the South American quadrant here, which is apparently like the bigger of the powers being for like governance and such like that. And then we haven't yet gone to the northern part. And then over here we've got like fucking, I don't know, like the Swiss Scandies. Russia-ish. Yes. Ish. Alright, hang on a second. Let me really quickly change to what is a class that could benefit from. Alright, let's get the Paladin in a level. Yep, Fate is level 92. Alright. Alrighty, here we go. Oh, actually, what am I doing? I should get rid of you. You're like, you should be one of the easier ones. Oh, fuck. Who stunned me? You son of a bitch. It's at this point, I just start doing all my biggest moves. There we go. So I need to keep, like, the Pelu crates, like, running. Hi there, Sash! You need your chocobo. Oh, yes, that is true. Give me a minute to get him out of the thingy-majiggies. And also not to be, like, stunned and what have you. There we go, and then... There we go, and then ding, and then dong. Oh yeah, my health is really low. I need to fix that. Ding. See? Oh, deep. Damn it, I need to keep the Pelu crates alive. Also, I need to... Sash, you want to help me? I would really appreciate if you helped me. This is a fate. This is meant to be like, you know, random people are able to, like, help out with this one. AoE stuff again. Cookie for Bookie. Cookie for Bookie. Don't make me get my hands off my mouse when I'm clicking things. Oh, someone was trying to do Cure. Fuck you. You weren't allowed to use Cure. Only I can use Cure. Are they running away? Some of them look like they're running away. Alright, stop attacking the Pelu crates. I need you to, like, you know... I love how some of them are just running away. It's just like, you'll regret this. I was about to say, save yourself before you save that box. You can't log on that fast. I can hold back. I can save, like, a little bit of myself and give you, like, the necessary time to, like, you know, come to my rescue. Let me guess, you're over in, like, Costa La Nocia right now, aren't you? Like, trying to do the tower right now, right? That's where you are. Hey, there you go. I did it. And I did it without Sashera's help at all. The parcels are safe. Yay, and we got ourselves like a pretty decent hit of experience for our paladin, which is nice. But yeah, I need to get my Dark Knight and my Gunbreaker up to higher levels. More like I'm logging on to Z's to get dailies done before I go out for the day. You're going out? You're gonna have a day out on the town? What's Dano gonna say? Wait, is it bowling day today? I'm trying to remember, like, what What do you rascals do? What do you Perthians do? Ooh, you should definitely check out, I don't know if it's still there right now, but there's like a whole slew. You have Cirque du Soleil tickets. Ooh, ooh. You're gonna look at some French clowns. You're gonna watch, like, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what it is about Cirque du Soleil, but there's a bit of sex factor to the French circus. Ha French clowns, oui oui. I don't know why. There's some sex appeal they apply to the Cirque du Soleil things each year, and like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I'm not complaining hugely. I'm just not sure how I should feel about the. Oh no, Mazio! Oh my god, hang on a second. We can save him, chat. Here we go. Raise. The Pictomancer now! Fizz! Uh-oh. There we go. Hey. And then, Jen. And then we need to do the full, which one's the full heal? No. Cure 3. There we go. Oh, that wasn't like a full heal. Which one was the full? Oh, Benediction is the full heal. I don't do healer a lot, okay? It's not a common class for me. XP I get from killing this thing. Probably not 2 million. It's less circus and more performing arts, let's be real, but also it's always super enjoyable. No, fair enough. I've gone to Cirque du Soleil one time. I think it was called, I think the one I went to was called Verikai, I think it was. It was very furry bait, let me be real with you. Not furry bait at the level of, like, cats, for instance, but it had the furry bait thing where it was, like, you had, like, this lady from, like, the sea, I think, and then you had this boy from the sky, but then the boy from the sky lost his wings, and then you had this comedic duo that, like, you know, did some things, and then the lady and the boy got together, I think. I'm not 100%. Also, did I, like, thingy-majiggy to this thing? Yes, I did thingy-majiggy to that thing. Cool. But yeah. Furry? Hi. Yes, Bookie. Circuses have furry shit. Well, at least Cirque du Soleil does when they do the performing arts and what have you. So. Ooh, there's another fate. It's always worth doing fates, in my opinion. I feel like it's always worth doing fates, like, especially if we're, like, only just in the area and what have you, because, one, you get bicolor gems for it, and two, it improves the shared fate levels. So, rather than, like, having to, like, rush around to do it, we instead, you know, passively do it, where it's like, oh, I was just passing through, and then you do it. I reckon it works out fairly well. Alrighty, so we need to deal with some buzzards. Alright, how problematic are these? Now they're a little bit feisty. Actually, yeah, I remember these are the guys that killed me, so these guys are fairly, you know, agonizing, to say the least. Stuff. go. So, should be able to... If I'm real, though, I'm more excited that Dan has ever been to... Wait. I'm more excited... Has never been to a live Cirque du Soleil performance. We took him to show the Avatar they put on, but it wasn't quite the same. Yeah... Wait, was Cirque du Soleil the ones responsible for Avatar? Huh. I'm gonna be real, it didn't give me Cirque du Soleil vibes. It gave me, like, I don't know what it is about Avatar. Like, you would think that with the amount of, like, you know, extra nonsense that James Cameron has put into Avatar, we would try and have, like, a little more, like, you know, oh my gosh, like, it's Avatar, and have all kinds of cultural nonsense with it, but that has not happened, in my opinion, for, you know, the blue Avatar. Avatar The Last Airbender, however, that shit is still rocking it, even as we, you know, have some questionable quality of film and TV show and what have you. But, you know, they're still doing comics and what have you. But I feel like, I don't know, they, like, the only things that go for it are the movies, but even then, the movies, like, they have the same message. And as far as sci-fis go, it's a very boring message, I'm gonna be real with you, for what the sci-fis can do. Pretty sure it was Cirque, but certainly not the same vibe. Yeah. Because, like, I think the problem is that it's just stuck in its ways. Like, Avatar is just stuck in this mood of, like, ah, yes, we have to, like, show the positivities of, like, you know, being one with nature and what have you. And it's like, yeah, but this can be seen as, you know, relatively tone deaf because, well, the only reason you're able to experience this is because of, you know, fast, like, you know, spacefaring and shit like that. And, you know, it's marked, like, its anti-capitalism message is, like, really fucking weak. Because it's like, oh, like, hey, we found a planet that uses, like, you know, bioorganic life to, like, you know, do transference of energies and what have you. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Stay alive. Help me! Is like, I don't know, like they don't, it just doesn't explore very well. It's like, oh, here's a rock that, like, defies gravity, and apparently we're mining the shit out of it for some reason, and, like, we don't have the understanding if it's, like, you know, maybe it's a crazy, like, useful battery, like, but yeah, we don't get that kind of indication. There we go. Thank Christ. I was worried I was gonna die there, but we didn't. And we still haven't leveled up, weirdly enough. God damn it. It's the appeal to nature fallacy. Small population equals a small environmental impact, whereas a large population equals a large environmental impact. Yeah, okay. Fair point, Benru. Actually, I didn't think about that, but you make a reasonable point. And here's the problem. Here's the real kicker. I'm gonna spoil for you Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 here, but here's what we know about what humanity can do. Number one, apparently they can just, you know, repair ailments such as, you know, paraplegics and what have you. So, you know, ableism is not like a loaded term on Earth. It's like, oh, if you're rich enough, you can just repair whatever part of your body. Number two, we can travel however far we want in our, like, little spacefaring thing. As far as we know, we're not dealing with, like, space Nazis somewhere else. There is only humanity who is traveling across the stars and what have you. And everything else we're going against us is still stuck on their planet, and better yet, isn't, you know, near the technological advances of our Earth of today. They're, you know, Earth from, like, 1800s and shit. So that's the second thing. So, thirdly, the things that they're getting from Pandora are not, like, in the second film, they go and get, like, they get a thing they call ambrosia from the whales, and it's like, I'm gonna be real with you. If capitalism was smarter, you would just breed the fucking whales. Like, it doesn't look like they eat that much food in the wilds, and if you were, like, smarter, you would just domesticate them. So, but anyway, like, I'm not gonna, like, critique how the evil capitalist corporations decide to get the resources they want, but you get this thing called ambrosia, and apparently it's like it's just a magical, like, oh, you can look 30 years younger, and it's like, okay, so now we have a thing that can make you, like, physically look like you're not aging or anything like that. And then because of the events from Avatar 1, where Colonel Colonel Flag or whatever his fucking name is, even though he died in the events of Avatar 1, because they did a brain scan of him back in Avatar 1 just before the fight, they then put him in an Avatar body for Avatar 2. So what we've done now is we've gone and made the technologies, like, the technology that exists is, you know, perfectly healing humans in whatever capacity, robots to build whatever we need, ambrosia to make us look whatever age, like, young we want, and if you do the proper backup system, which any IT professional will tell you, yes, you do that a lot, you are essentially creating immortal humans. I'm gonna be real with you. Immortality will severely warp any sci-fi interpretation of, like, the conflicts and the passage of time. To, like, the smaller tribes and what have you, where the seasons are historical moments for them, immortal beings are not going to care about the seasons. They're not thinking about this in months. They're thinking about this in, like, years and decades and possibly even centuries. So you essentially have this small tribe of like, you know, humanoids who, quite frankly, cannot do more than guerrilla tactics in the offshoots of civilization areas, versus humanity, who, if they really do want to fuck around and find out, they will just blast a fucking area, turn that into a city, and then slowly expand outwards. And they're immortal, essentially. If you kill them in combat and they were smart enough to, like, you know, download the brain of their, like, important individuals, you know, the people that are making decisions and the planning and the strategizing, they'll just put them into another body. It doesn't take them that long to grow them, and because of the whole, like, you know, age is just a number for them now because of the ambrosia shit, what's 2 years missing in a lifetime that's gonna be, like, 50 plus years long? Like, yeah. You just have, you've created a recipe now where Avatar, like, the humans from Avatar could exist in the world of Warhammer. And the only reason they would be a problem is because, oh, maybe there's another human civilization that has progressed faster, and the golden emperor, god emperor, is just sort of like, yes, you will be very useful in creating, like, tribe things. I don't know why you're not just done an exterminatus on this planet, but, you know, let me show you how it's done, kind of, like, it's a losing battle from the looks of it. There is, like, no incentive on the humanity side to try and keep Pandora up and running, and the only opposition to humanity and their constant, like, you know, evolution is a bunch of, like, natives. Let's be real, that's exactly what they are. James Cameron, you're not being exactly very sly and, you know, removing the ideas of, like, oh, these are like natives, like, explorers of, like, you know, either Polynesian or American descent kind of stuff, and it's just, you know, cat people. It's like, I'm gonna be real with you, nine times out of 10, advanced humanity is going to defeat whatever humanity in the past. Just simply existing would be problematic enough. The ambrosia thing is based on the real-life ambergris, which is used as an additive and beauty product. It's literally the regurgitated gut contents of tooth whales containing squid beaks, fish bones, and other... Making room for human means cutting down forests and killing life, be it... If you blew up the Na'vi to the size of the population on Earth, their planet would look identical to Earth. Possibly, yeah. That's the thing, is like, in a small scale, the Na'vi are like, you know, it's inconsequential. It's like, oh, the Na'vi will be wiped out. But if you scale up the Na'vi of like, oh, what if they just got up to the scale of humans? Then it's like, oh, they can almost be seen indistinguishable from humans. So, like, the only worthwhile debates about Avatar are debates that are probably being done in other sci-fis, but better. Any whoosies. MSQ story time. I couldn't believe without letting Enrederuk know what happened, so I stopped in Earthenshire to say a few words before moving on. And now Arendville's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? So much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give that smug gleaner a piece of my mind. Ding. Dong. A bang, a bong, a ding. Give up, listen out on more Wuk Lamat. Ding, dong, dun, 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 dun. Sorry, I'm trying to convince, I'm trying to convince Kahlua, Gucci Feline, to, like, you know, hang out in the stream just so he can check out Wuk Lamat more. Because it's like, I give him screenshots and things, and he's like, oh, so pretty. He's like, wife. Such girlfriend vibes from her, and he loves it, so. But yeah. Oh no. Oh, so rhino horns. Yeah, so there was that. I worried Wuk Lamat would agonize over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Onwards and upwards, then. Alrighty. I'm only like 1 million experience away from the next like level for my paladin. I just need him to gain that 1 million, and I can use him for the progression. Oh, to reduce congestion, the area you're about to enter has been divided into multiple identical instances. Urquapacha number 1. Yay, we discovered a new location. Sup, Aaron. Also, hang on a second. Compass. 461 to the northwest. Oh, okay. Oh, we're on the other side of this thingy-majiggy. Cool. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I know where we are. A few more steps and we'll be in the Warlar's Echo. One of the plot lines in Avatar 2 was literally stolen from the Polynesian myth, which in turn has already been turned into a movie. Boy gets abandoned, left to drown, and a whale, like creature saves him, so then he gets to try that James Cameron was not subtle about appropriate. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, Avatar 1 is just simply Pocahontas, nearly without the, without, like, you know, explicitly being like, oh yes, this is the Native Americans and their multiple tribes across the continent. And then meanwhile, it's like, ah, yes, they go so far across the country, they end up in, like, you know, the island region. It's like, and now we're just getting the Polynesian shit. James Cameron, you're not sly, and we just feel like you're just, you know, cheapening out the story when you do this. Bork! Bork, 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 bork. Bork, bork, bork. Hey, unnamed. When are you gonna play the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial up until level 70? Look at this place. How's it going? Earlier we were complaining about the sci-fi of blah blah blah. Avatar. Better question. We collabing Warham, right? At some point, yes. We need to do it for the Space Marines too. We need to play the Scout one. No, not the Scout. The Orc one. The one with the cars and such. We should probably do that like a Sunday morning or something. That would be cool. Phew. I think I'm getting used to the air up here. Oh, look at her. So, this is the place from the Lay of Proof where Papa met with the Yokui. Look at these guys. I'm gonna be real. They look like something from a Dark Souls universe. They just got this slack jaw bug eye where it's just like That must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So it is for most Torali. The giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here in their mountain fastness, they tend to do the solemn duty they pledge to undertake in their pact with the Dawn Servant. To watch over the Toral Vidral Valagarmonda and maintain its prison within their temple. Ah, yes. Wuk Lamat told us about the Toral Vidral, creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange powers. Indeed. Yet even amongst these abnormalities, Valagarmonda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. Hi there, happy lizard. As you've learned in the Lay of Ice, it was Gulol Jaja who at last managed to imprison the beast, and it has lain dormant in the temple ever since. It is said the building still bears a gaping hole in its ceiling from when Valagarmonda was lured inside by Gulol Jaja's final ploy. I'd like to see this strongest of all Toral Vidral. I wonder what it was like to fight it. Hope you're doing well and the game has been fun. The game has been fun. We just got started. We're at the level 93 sort of areas. Warlar's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time? That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we could flush out Bakul Jaja first so I can beat my keystone out of him. Identifying the Dawn Servant's Elector should be our priority. It's good, that's been so fun. Happy to hear it. Thank you! Why does Tolar Vidral sound like some kind of obscure drag name? I don't know. I think it's a translation thing. I suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn, and no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. Alright, let's seek out the Elector. Then I suggest we pay a visit to Karziaorzar the Gracious, or so their temple is called. The Moblins told me the High Luminary Gerfurler the High Luminary Gerfurler is to be found there. If we are to ask someone for information, then he seems a wise choice. Also, Kahlua is streaming, which is why he can't hang. He's streaming? Ding, dong, ding, ding, ding. Kahlua? He's streaming? Hang on. Hey, wait, what? Right now? Oh, he put it in Eastern time. That's why I didn't understand the timing. He's streaming? You streaming? There it. He is! He's streaming again! Alright, where do I need to go? I need to go this way. I need to go, like, up some steps. I'm just gonna keep him open on, like, the side there. Alright, if you're wondering, hang on a sec. So, shout out to, it's Kahlua. So, they took a break from streaming like a while ago, but it looks like they're now back into it, which is great. Yay. So, it looks like they're going through some, Crash Bandicoot. Alrighty, I'll keep an eye. I'll keep an eye. I'll keep a tab open. Alrighty then, Lamat. Let's see if I can convince the gods to let us through. I am Wuk Lamat, third promise of the Tololoroi, and I seek your elector for the right of succession. May I speak with Gerfurler? The High Luminary has granted admittance to the claimants. You may enter. Huh. That was easier than I expected. In we go, then. You've seen some very sus content from... that's just Kahlua. It's fine. That's just Kahlua. He's a fucking shit poster is what he is. Gods. Is that... Valagarmonda. Ooh! It's encased in ice! Jesus Christ. That's an interesting looking dragon. Like, that does look like from South American legend. Welcome. High Luminary Gerfurler? He is not here at present. I am Luminary Zermurwer. This is the Sky Ruin? Valagarmonda? It is. The Toral Vidral, whose name has evoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before Valagarmonda's tremendous power. When the Sky Ruin descended upon Urquapaka 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Galul Jaja and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. Quilza the... Oh, it could be! It very well could be. That might be it. You're right, Benru. Damn, you're so knowledgeable, so smart. Their titanic battle with Valagarmonda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. Moblin, bird, rabbit lady, human, cat boy, small person, and then there's Jaja. As their foe fought on, tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. Thus did the Head of Reason concoct a desperate plan. Galul Jaja tricked the Sky Ruin into losing control of its own ice magics, causing the unwitting Toral Vidral to encase itself in frozen aether. Clever. I'm gonna be real. I thought Galul like did the ice thing. I thought that was what the Head of Reason did, was the ice stuff. Ah, it's been like this ever since. Nice work, Papa. But what happens if the ice ever melts? That same question looms large in our minds, for the magic sustaining this prison grow weaker with each passing year. Valagarmonda commands power of fire and lightning and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was the result of those energies slipping free. That raging tempest? From Valagarmonda? Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of proof, yes? The High Luminary, chosen elector of the Dawn Servant, has left me with the instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour our forbidding mountains, and find the waiting Gerfurler, That is to be your challenge. Ah, so the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken with my brothers, I take it. I have. Their expeditions are underway. Then we better pick up the pace. Big chicken. That's not a chicken! It's a winged serpent dragon thing. It ain't a chicken. It's a fucking noodle is what it is. It's a winged noodle. It's a big noodle. Aye, but we'll need a direction to search Urchin first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. See? Long. Like a noodle. Like a noodle with the wings. Chicken. What? Chicken brained. Super chicken brain. Alright. Well, I can't do that with Wuk Lamat, so... Warrior. Gods! Valagormonda is enormous! I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should its prison ever fail, though, we can't expect the old god to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. Ooh, banana bread! Ooh, actually, hang on. Yes, banana bread. Banana bread. Banana bread. If we want to pass this feat, it looks like we've got more climbing ahead of us. As we've just been informed, the feat of Pruth requires us to seek the high luminary Gerfurler somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume the challenge precludes the Yokui from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask that you pay close attention while attempting to divine Gerfurler's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, there may be clues hidden within their words, such is my theory anyway. Let us see what we can discover. It's a winged danger noodle. Thank you, danger noodle. Unnamed with a hungry noodle. Okay, hang on. Poll time! Hang on, I don't know how to... Ding. Poll? Hang on. Ding. Bam. Not pool. Poll. You got 5 minutes to do your voting. Why won't it let me... Start poll. Hello? Start the poll, please. Why won't it let me start a poll? Are you serious right now? New poll is a big chicken, big noodle. 5 minutes. There we go. Alright, so the poll started. There we go. Ding. Dong. Vote now on your phones. Is it a big chicken or is it a big noodle? Alright, let's go talk up here. Hi there, you're Renea Zach. Welcome to the stream. I don't even know what we're talking about, but I voted chicken. We're talking about the long, like the Quetzalcoatl mythical beast that was like sort of referenced in the temple earlier. It's a long winged, it's a winged serpent is what it's called. It's obviously a big noodle, but Sashera calls it a big chicken. It has wings and feathers. You vote chicken. Can't wait to show Uranea, Zack, and Eagle and go, behold, a chicken! I go to Sashera with like a magpie and I go, behold, chicken! Or and then I show them an ibis, which is literally just a bin chicken, and go, behold, chicken! Behold, chicken! The High Luminary? No, I've not seen him today. Now, let me ask you a question. That Zabral who came out of the temple earlier, was that really the third promise? She seems rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed, the mighty Galul Jaja? But it is a chicken. It angy chicken. No. Have I ever played Final Fantasy X? No. The Final Fantasies I've played are the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XV, but that was before streaming, and then I tried going through like 4 chapters of Final Fantasy XVI, but it didn't pan out. I don't know, it just doesn't attract my attention. Asking after the High Luminary as well, are you? I may not know where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He is a great man with a deep reverence for our traditions. These glyphs we carve for one, he affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are records of lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into the stone, that the story of our meeting may endure for untold turnings of the sun. If you are curious about our ways, then I bid you visit Proof to the northwest of here. It is one of our grave sites. Huh. Oh, so these are the guys that did, like, the cool tome thingy-madoos. In Final Fantasy X, one of the summons you affectionately referred to as your chicken titty queen. Titty? Like, big titty? Big titty chicken? Where? Welcome. If it's an alpaca you mean, then look no further. Cool. Awesome. I've now registered that alpaca. Sevesta Christial. I know it's gonna come up. Just you wait. Just you wait. It's gonna come up. I know. There it is. Sevesta Christial. A Tololian. No, you are from far away.
Alistair
That I
Army
think.
with the 25-month tier 1 sub. Hello, Zeeb. How are you doing?
Hi, Alistair! Welcome to this... Hang on, why is my thingy-majiggy not tracking? Hello, Alistair! Welcome to the stream. I'm doing alright. Thank you so much for subscribing for the last 25 months. You don't have to go through the advertisement that is going through the stream right now. And I wonder if you've got a favorite emote now, or if you think I should get a new one. It's been a while since I've updated my emotes. Ah! Stretching! Stretching. It's always nice to update. Yeah, that's what I think so. So, just need to think of some new ones. I need to think of an artist to go to. But yeah. Bam. Hang on, just grab this. It's a tie. It's a tie between the big chicken and the big noodle for the quiz. All right, hang on a second. Let me just get you a picture of the, Let me get you a picture of the, hang on. I love how the picture I get from Chicken Noodle. Sure, let's go with Chicken Noodle for... No, that won't do it. Ding Dong. Opera GX. Let's get the Opera GX going. Alrighty. New tab. Lol, there's just this GIF and gumption and... Alrighty. interesting. And then we looked up who Charles Grover was. Alrighty. I love how it pronunciation animal open now versus the interesting. Alright. Damn. Boom. Now, you tell me, does this look like a fucking chicken to you? You know what it looks like? It looks like a fucking noodle is what it looks like. Say noodle. Also, wait, is that AI? Is there a way for me to, like, avoid... Also, wait, anime? Oh. Hello? Ooh. Oh, I know her! I know Miss Kobayashi. That's funny. That's funny. Oh my god, look at this little snicky. Look at this silly snicky. The Quetzalcoatl is an Aztec deity, of course there's anime versions. That one's pretty cool. Hopefully that one's not an AI one. I don't know some days. Let's see what was mentioned as the dichotomy of an anime goddess. It's either appropriate representation of the culture or booba. Alright, hang on. Published by Ancestry on 5th 25th. Okay. So boobies! Boobies! Nice. Alright, close that. To get money in Kingdom Hearts 2. I forgot I had that. Alright, so what's this? Amazon. Ah, cool. Nice. Alright, that's not important. Alright. Moving on back to the game. A Tellurian. No, you are from farther away than that, I think. As for the High Luminary, I could only guess where he might be. He is warder of the Sky Ruin, but also keeper of the Speculatories, and his duties often take him outside the village. Look at these big fellas. Titties. I need to get like I might need to get like sound bites from like other streamers, like maybe from like the more lewder streamers, like giving their best, like, you know, just their best, like, sort of like, you know, oh my gosh, even though I've seen it like 100 times, I still love it. Boobies. Or you're just like excited to see them. It's just like boobies. Sash isn't a loot. No, she isn't. No, she isn't. First things first. Was anyone able to coax forth a definite location for the High Luminary? As expected. What then of clues or other hints that might point us in the right direction? I heard that in addition to his usual duties, Gerfurler is also charged with keeping the graves. Sash isn't a what now? Ignore it. Ignore it, Sash. Just ignore. Oh, actually, Sash, question for you. You currently have CurseForge installed on your PC, right? You're currently in Australia, right? I need you to do something for me. I need you to test out if the following, like, if you try and get to a place at a time. Hang on a second. Where is the thingies? There's the thingy-majiggies. All right. I need you to see if that, like, if you open up Minecraft, like the RL Craft modded Minecraft, and you wanted to try and access a server, is that reachable? I'm doing like a self-hosting thing, and I want to see if it works. So, because if it does, it means that I can, like, you know, I can organize a excuse me, if it works, it means I can organize some, you know, Aussie thingamadoogies. So it wouldn't be great for, you know, Dazzy to try and play, because I will be real with you. It is just a personal server that's just, okay, what pack do you need? RL Craft. So it should be an existing mod pack in CurseForge. I highly recommend that you have more than 4 gigabytes of RAM assigned to this Minecraft, because RL Craft has like a shit ton of things. And also, you will die a number of times if you're not careful. Sasha's a good little bean. That's what you mean, right, Grant? Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I mean. Sashara is an amazing little bean. You should go check out Sashara. She does some wonderful streaming. Like, look at this. She plays Final Fantasy XIV as well. Look at her in her glowy little space sci-fi purple and all the nebulous nonsense. Sus. What? Grant also installed a Jenny Segs mod. No, I didn't install a Jenny Segs mod. Don't be ridiculous. But yeah, RL Craft, and then see if you can try and join a server. So, and it should be that address. Hopefully it works. You were telling me last night. No, I didn't! No, I didn't. I was wondering why the fuck everyone was installing it. I didn't install it myself. Fucking misinformation up here by unnamed. You really are a miss in the misinformation. Ow. You don't have a ton of time now, but if I don't get the chance now, I'll give it a crack later. Not to worry. Understandable. It was just a get in, get out kind of thing. I didn't need you to, like, do things. I just needed you to, like, attempt to see if the, like, connection. Because here's the thing, is that like, while I'm here, like, you know, in my own room, and the Minecraft server is literally just sitting in the other room on the same network, I can't really, like, I don't know if there's a way for me to, like, properly confirm that the external IP gets properly linked to the... Because I don't want to just give an external IP. That's just dumb. And plus it, like, it changes, like, however many times, so I want to figure out a method of, like, updating the address or something like that, from pointing from one IP to another. Granted, Aussie Broadband does give you the option to have a static IP, but I'm not paying an extra $10 for that when I can just, you know, update it whenever it's needed. As did I. The Yaku's speculatures appear to hold a special significance in their culture. But would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter into their burial grounds? Proof, you say? And he encouraged you to visit this place yourself? Then let us go and take a look. Even if we don't find Grafurler there, it will give us the chance to learn more about Yokui. The gravesite is somewhere northwest of here. Well, we can leave from that side of the village for a start. Shall we? There we go. Alright. The others have gone on ahead to prove. Following the trail west, there are sharp drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. You're not built for any terrain! The fuck are you on about? You're a little child. You need to be carried places. I thought to get my bearings from up here first, so I don't stumble off a cliff. Why don't you try catching up to Aaronville? He should be able to point you in the right direction. Alrighty. Yeah, excuse Excuse me. Ah. Just give a quick fix to this thing. Oh, hang on. There might have been an aether current somewhere around here also. Where's the compass? 90 to the northeast. Okay, so it should... God damn it, you're all the way up there? What the shit? Why do you do this to me, game? Alright, get the Fenrir out. Hope you're having a great night. You're currently at dinner with a relative and will likely join later. Hope you enjoy your Final Fantasy, though. Thank you so much, Sage Tanya. I hope you have a wonderful dinner. I am currently chasing after an aether current. There you are. There we go. And the next one is 273 to the north. Nice. Well, we are probably going to keep on going with our MSQ, so let's speed up this a little bit. Wow. Cool rocks. Take a look at this crater. There's no wood, no trees, not even dried grass, and yet the ground still burns. This must be one of the scars left by Valagrammanda's rampage, as told by the saga. The Sky Ruins fires are described as eternal, flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time, and here I thought it a literary embellishment. But now I've lost sight of Wuk Lamat. Proof is northwest along the main road, so hopefully she's still heading that way. There is another way. You can have like a growing fire and shit. What the hell? Helks. All right, you do you. These have the look of homes rather than graves, but 'twould seem long years have passed since anyone lived residing here. That is true, but there could be an aether current. Another location discovered. The Shades of Grief. Good grief. Yes. Yeah, apparently that's long. That's a long jaw, chat. Apparently that is. Alright, so I should be able to see it up to this point. Ah, don't tell me it's like over the way over there, isn't it? 87 to the east. God fucking damn it, it's over there, isn't it? Also, the fuck are you? Oh, he's level 100, so I'm not fucking around with him. Here's what we do. We make the jump for it. Oh, you son of a... You think you're fucking clever, game, don't you? You think you got the best of me, but you didn't! I'm gonna get that Aether Current. Fuck it, sprinting. Haha. You can't get the best of me, game. I'm winning. I'm getting that current. Hello, Watch. What are you telling me? Ah, okay. Hang on a second. I need to answer that. No, Bookie, I never said such a thing. How dare you? Alright. Alright. Sorry. I just needed to respond to something. I accidentally almost did a misinformation. I don't want to delete the tweet, because then that's like, I don't know, that feels like I'm, you know, trying to pretend it's wrong. Like that I didn't do it. So, basically, like, there was like a VTuber that like did like a tweet of like, oh hey, like, boobies even, and they had like their 2D VTuber with like basically only like pasties on or something like that, and I was like, okay, if this doesn't get you a takedown on Twitch, then and it's like, yeah, what's the thing? And this was like to sort of give indication to because there was a user that was like, hey, like, you know, how much side boob can like female VTubers get away with on the platform? And I thought the tweet that they did of the boobies even was, you know, that was the level of attire. Like double check the like attire and what have you, but yeah, I just made a mistake. Don't mind me as I'm facing up against lockjaws. Bunny girl. Blackberry. Nice. Unless I've somehow downloaded the wrong pack, it can't find the server address. Alrighty then, cool, thanks. I probably have not, like, done the, I've probably not set it, I've not set up the address properly then. So, I'll need to do further troubleshooting on that one. Thank you for testing, Sashara. Told you it was gonna be a quick thing. So. Wuk Lamat wins again! Looks like everyone is here now, so... Greetings, friend. Are you Gerfurler? No, I am not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on speculatures to those who came in search of him. Oh, so we were meant to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who is buried here? No one is buried here in the sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flames, then scatter its ashes across the peak. Moreover, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. This is why we build our specularies before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves into the living chronicle for all eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he lives within me, even now. Up there stands my own hang on. Sepulchre. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave glyphs, in the same manner my friend does in mine. Has it always been thus for your people? This conception of existence and death? Continue along this path to the indelible passage. Behold the history upon its walls, and you may find the answers to your questions. Huh. Then that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to learn more. I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so will I remain in your hearts also. Oh, that was sweet. I hope nothing terrible happens to him. Go now to the indelible passage. In its murals is the history of my people laid bare. So sweet. Wait, hang on. Is there anything to do here? 97 to the northeast. Okay, so it's literally just across the ways. It's like somewhere over here. We should be able to hear it shortly. I swear I was here, like, just moments ago. Oh my god, where are you? Southeast. Okay, so... a 100 to the east. Oh my god. I am not the perfect Zeebs, I will be real with you. You do like how... You do like how a lot of this expansion, exploring and learning of cultures, though, would be interesting where they take inspiration from if they have real world. South America, Sash. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, Sashera. The inspiration is South America. It is, like, if you actually, like, if you look into... There are a shit ton of tribes in South America. Now... Maybe this is just one of those, like, things, like, when you learn about the United States, like, when you decide to go a little bit deeper and such, for all of them. Okay. But here's the thing, is that, like, for example, like, European myth and what have you, like, dragons from England have the same mythology as, like, dragons in Norway, or dragons in France, and dragons in Russia, where, like, it's very amalgamated. Whereas, you know, in South America, when you actually look into it, like, it is diverse. Like, the myths that you get with, like, Central America is entirely different to the myths of, like, the northern part of South America. And then it, like, you know, it changes as you go into the forests or the coastline. Yeah. Hi there, little Incineroar. Why you gotta look at my cake like this? Excuse me. 360 miles to the northeast. Never... Okay, so... You're gonna be somewhere around here, no doubt. And I'm just going through, like, a random passage. You can be and you're going to best you can every day. Thank you. I do appreciate that. The Stoic Chronicler. Hello, good sir. How are you? God, that's a cool emote. I think I know the artist that's doing those emotes, and I wanted to get one, but I think it was a raffle or something. Hello! A fellow we met at Proof suggested that we come here. Yes. The High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chroniclers of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teachings of the murals from generation to generation. Hi, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, okay.
Hello.
Hello. They really are magnificent, and together they tell the tale of our people's history. They are the events which shaped us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way. Hi, little Incineroar. Oh, Erne, is Zach's gonna have dinner? Not to worry. Not to worry. Please, please, we would love to hear all about it. Then I will begin. This first mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago, an age of great prosperity for the Yokui. Blessed with size and strength unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yoktorol under their dominion. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northwards, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition of Zaktorol. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set to building a bridge to the northern lands, a great labor which consumed the greater part of a century. Zorgor the Boundless, We still make use of that bridge into Loliol for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication... Zorgol, the Boundless! We still make use of that bridge into Loliol for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete a work of that scale. But I've never heard of any Yokoi living in Zaktoral. What happened to the ones who went north? Oh, hi there, Wild Saber. Watching you while I'm at sleep test at a hospital. I have so many wires, it's very difficult to sleep. Don't have me distract you from a medical examination. If you're supposed to be going to sleep because of like the whatsamahoozies, like, you know, you should try to sleep. They're trying to learn how to, you know, get your... Excuse me. But yeah, you got an hour before lights out. Ah, okay. Alrighty, okay. Hope it's doing well for you. I need to learn how to, like, get the external IP for my Minecraft server, so then that way I can link my, so then that way I can get a link, set up between my, my whatsamahoozies, my, name cheat, like because I paid for a server and what have, like I paid for a DNS address. I want to figure out how to get that DNS, like how to get the thingamadiggy set up so then that way I have a record in place for, you know, ding, dashboard, open that. So there's gotta be a way. Otherwise it's gonna be very fucking painful. Ding, dong. A bam. Oh, wait, no, it's not a new address. Cool. So yeah, because I've got GrantZeebs.live, I got GrantZeebs.com, and I've been, in this GrantZeebs.com, I've got the, I've got a thingy-madiggy in place. I've got like I got an advanced DNS there in place, so ideally, what it should do is it should do a transference of, blah, 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 blah. It should make it so that, attempts to, yeah.
Night Sky Gem paid me to say I survived my second day at my new job.
Congrats! Ah, why are you gonna hurt me, Sky? Why do you do this to me? Yeah, that's my A record. I don't have any mail. So, dynamic DNS. Wait, what is dynamic DNS? Sorry. The DNS is only available for things pointed to our basic premium. As you know, any should be pointed to it in order to be available in browsers. If you're not connected to the internet with a static IP, it becomes tedious to set an A record for your domain every time your IP changes. Dynamic DNS is a feature that allows pointing to a domain name to anything. It automatically updates the IP address whenever it gets changed, so the domain remains connected to the corresponding server. If you have a server at home and host a website on your computer, and if you don't have, if it changes every time you connect, then you can set up dynamic DNS for your domain. Ah, okay. So I need to set up. So so I need to do an unraid dynamic DNS. Let's install dynamic DNS with Cloudflare on Unraid. Is that how they want us to do it? Because if I do it... So yeah, because I've got the thingy-madiggy, I got the password, and I can do a software download. So, using Namecheap's dynamic DNS client allows you to create and manage profiles for different hosts and domains. Which one you wish to dynamically update of the first thing we need to do is enable dynamic DNS. The next step is to create an A record for the host W and the @ Then you need to launch the downloaded thingamajiggy on your to create a profile for each host. You create a All right, cool. I have some research I'm going to need to do after this stream to set up the dynamic DNS, because I can probably make it so it's a Docker container in my Unraid server. That way, whenever I want to use my my address or what have you, then it's the Unraid server that is updating all that nonsense. Because from the looks of it, is a pro used to update for your entries. It was originally, but it is now mostly... Oh, okay, so it looks like I've already got one. Although, this doesn't... So I created it a month ago? But... Edit the conf in this folder to complete setup. Ah, okay, so it's not, like, perfect. But I've never heard of any... what happened to the ones who went north? Look upon this next mural, and behold the answer. Oh, what the shit? The scene suggests that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion? A foe unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth into Zoktoral those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease. Some terrible illness? No virulent plague or newly arisen blight. For the local Tonawawata and Shatona, it was but a mild affliction of the sort that comes with the turning of the seasons. What manifested for them as slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to our people. Out of every 10 Yaku who joined the northern campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to sire offspring. I've heard of this before. Lacking in an inherited resistance, visitors to distant lands can fall deathly ill to diseases a local might shrug off. These events may also have given rise to the practice of cremation, rather than the burial of mortal remains. This final mural depicts the return of our grieving brethren to Urquapaka. The reason they first left, why they had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times, when our forebears learned they share the continent with peoples unlike to us in appearance or custom. They feared invasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Yet as they fought on and on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster in Zoktoral and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned had been ours for the taking all along. It was here, in the place which birthed us, here, in the stones upon which we recorded our days, here, in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict. When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes. And so we return to the present. I trust you found this brief history of our people enlightening. I'm always glad to learn more about my fellow Torali, how you've lived until now and how you wish to live from now on. Then I believe you are ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit of Warzor Zormor. I had a feeling we'd be ended up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the name. Follow the trails south of here to begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the entryway, the mountain is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning and the lesson. Well, we know where we're going. To the top of Zormar. My goodness, they really come up with the fucked up names, don't they? Ooh, there's a fate. Oh, it's gonna be gone in like 2 minutes though. And it looks like no one is helping in that one. Also, there's gonna be, isn't there? 244 to the west, so yes, it looks like there is gonna be one around here. Ugh. Activating every single one of my GCs off the go. There we go. It's gonna be over there, I betcha. It's either gonna be over there or... Actually, yeah, it's just gonna be over there. Alright, let me just get the motorcycle out. Oh, it's right there. So they don't have it at the gate, but they have it close to the gate. Good for you. The tuning. Just making my own noises, even though they've definitely made these things. Alright. Okay, so they want us back out for the feet of the proof. Fair enough. Character isn't really bouncy now that I've like tried restricting a lot of the movements to just being like, you know, neck turns, getting around. More fiddling is gonna need to happen. I have to fiddle with my character a little bit. This thin mountain air is gonna be the death of me. How long have you been standing there? I was just taking in the scenery is all. Come on. We don't want to fall too far behind Alphino and the others. Oh my god, it's just floating flint? The audacity. Crazy. Oh my god, I'm still not at a level to like hand in this quest as the paladin. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, even at this point. You remember how the chronicler was saying that the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace? It occurs to me that Zoral Jah is attempting the feat of proof, and he will have heard the same lesson. I can only hope that it's made him reconsider his own stance on educating people through war. Probably not, but we are welcome to believe such things. Also, hello there, Blackberry. Looks like we're at pace with you.
Gods, that is one tall mountain.
Ooh. Ooh.
And we're supposed to climb it?
Yes, I think so. Stretching! Huh? Hello?
Farther. Komar. Tuliorlu. Korogar.
Leol.
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
I'll say.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit.
Thank you. I appreciate you doing
You are a claimant in this right of succession.
Yes.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul, Jar Jar, like those shameless lapdogs.
That's
My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tural's overlords.
You're welcome to
The
try.
giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people. And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
Yeah, not if we got something to say about that.
Stop! I don't want to fight you.
Oh, I'm willing to fight.
Then die on your knees.
What the? I'm sorry, that's a bird made out of crystals. The shit?
Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here. Your neck will be the first.
Me to any
snap
flying
this
foe.
day.
Oh, how elaborate do we have to make this fight? Get down here! Ooh, okay.
That's right.
Not a good idea to put your back to the enemy, but sure. Man has a shield. Wuk Lamat, meanwhile, has an axe to block. Yeah, because, like, warrior is best tank. I remember someone did a tweet of, like, when are we going to get, like, the healer representation during a, during like a Final Fantasy trailer.
Do you help us?
Because it's the nice thing to do.
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening.
Aw.
I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
I didn't want to read that.
To what end?
I didn't want to read that, Kiaru.
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Wuk Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Gefurler is waiting.
Oh, we have a new dungeon. Nice. Well, we're gonna have to do it with our warrior because the warrior is the only one strong enough to do it. So, alrighty. Ding. Do we want to do it with a party of NPCs or do we want to do it with other players? There's apparently 66 parties recruiting and like neither one of them are doing that. Let's do it with... It's tempting to do it with the NPCs, but I know like it's slow when you do it that way. Tut 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 looks like everyone is unfortunately Code doesn't have their subscription anymore, which is a shame. Alright, let's see how quickly it pops. Let's see how quickly it pops up. It says it's gonna be like less than 5 minutes, so let's see if it is actually less than 5 minutes. Plus, I'm like registering in like 4 different like languages, so hopefully one of them is. Hello. Ah, they're doing it together from the looks of it.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Up, there we go. Unfortunately, for those of you that are currently going through the advertisement, you're not going to be able to see this. That's a bit of a problem. I am oh so sorry. God damn, there's a lot of crystal shit. Mikal is fucking freaking zipping and zagging. Our healer was expecting to be this far. What was that static sound? That did not sound right. Quiet, please. I'm not going to use this yet. I am going to be a strong, independent Zeebs and not from a takeaway this week or the next. I'm going to try and be impervious to What? Okay, is that in the game? Like the weird, like, crystal, like, static sound? There we go. Now there. Grant has never played Red Mage. Also, why aren't you playing with the healer Alize? We're not doing we're not doing the NPC one. This is with players, so. So far, so good. Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Alright, cool. Interesting. Okay, so I need to keep a proper eye out on I need to, like, you know, keep another eye on the, possible... Oh, okay, so are they all facing... Or, okay, they're going to cold feet again, so we need to see... Okay, so we need to go to this one first. Go, and then... Oh no, our Reaper! Shit! Stay alive, Reaper. Stay alive. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Alright, cool. I need to probably use my, Oh, that's worse. That is so much worse. Alrighty, now the real question. Oh, okay, so cold feet. We want to be on this side here, so we can actually see like what gets the. Then we walk over to this side. Oh, I'm so glad I figured. Yay! Mess up that mechanic. Oh, you're doing it multiple times, are you? There we go. I just realized your reference, Kiaru, where it's like, the Reaper. Oh, man. Oh, what the? Oh, that... What happened? Sorry about that. Get back here, get back here. After I did so much work in not fucking up the mechanics from like the first boss, I then like die to like not even that big of a pull. Like, how did I fuck that up? caught up. Seems I've been toying too much with my prey. That was unintended. Bull fucking shit, Baloo. Zarul. Zoomer. Oh wow, that was just one after the other, is it? Naming? Okay, nope. Nope. You, all of you, get back here. Wait, have I been getting all the cap? Wait, isn't level, like, is it level 93 or 95 stuff that starts, like, beating out the, It's level 95 stuff that starts beating out the relic gear, isn't it? I should really work on, like, using the auto-translator macros instead for when I do, like, my little, hi, I'm just streaming right now and such. Because, like, the stream deck is nice for the whole, oh, let me just, like, autofill some text real quick and then I'll hit enter. But I could probably try and assign a hotkey to, like, a particular bar here. Or, like, you know, series of hotkeys to a particular bar rather than, spin. All right, so it shatters into pieces. Oh, hi there, Mr. Brightside. Hi. Fuck. What do we do? Shit. I just had this moment, just panic. Real quick. Okay, so you need to be on the path, I believe? Yeah, looks like being on the path is the right idea. Oh, what the fuck? Let me just... I just took that. I just decided to sit in there. I was just like, let me just blood wet that one so I'm not, like, you know, taking it, like... Did I even get a vulnerability? Yeah, I got a vulnerability stack. Alright, so I'm gonna need to stay alive until that vulnerability. Let's try not to. You are slowly being covered in crystals. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Thank you. You were doing a great job, Reaper, by the by, in the first one. It was just a... Wait. Oh, we gotta look away. We gotta look away. God damn you. Oh, shit. Stop. Stop. the healer's not gonna be happy with me. There we go, nice set. Oh. Alright, cool. Do that one. Okay. Yes, I am just clicking. I know there's like hotkeys and things. I know I can use my keyboard, but I'm a clicker. Probably need to redo my health bar because I need it because like Storm's Eye is all the way over here. I probably need to have it all the way down here instead. Nice. Dig. It's just gonna be turned. It's just gonna be desynthesized. Is what a lot of these are gonna do. Ding ding. All right. We can be a little bit more confident. Just need to, you know, be a lot more mindful about our sustainability. Like now. There we go. Good. As I actually use all my different mitigations rather than making the healer upsetties. Am I hitting everything? Hopefully I'm hitting everything. Maybe not use. Oh, fuck! I was not keeping an eye on my health there. Closer. Closer! Come on, you rats. There. Why won't you get closer? There we go. Sorry for cursing. Yay. Oh. There's no fending gear for me to try on. Up the stairs. Can you like move a little quicker there, you cloud trap, please, so we can like, you know, do the pulls, do the reasonable pulls. All right. Then I correct by going here and quickly release. Did I just get stunned? Boost? Alright, okay. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Oh, I probably should have done that damage. Sting. Oh, hey, it's an older one. Gerfurler.
I am Gurfurur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested.
Absolutely. Let's fucking go.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
Absolutely. Let's give this a go. Okay, so he's got random stonework there going on.
Chronicles of End. Recount the fury of erupting beaks.
Ooh, okay. Oh, come on! I cannot answer that. What the?
Chronicles of End. Return the hunger of roiling waters.
Oh my god, work is calling me. I can't really answer that right now, and it's the middle of the day. There should be a Saturday shift person that is... Oh, what the... Oh, hello.
Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Wait, are we collecting these? Alright, I guess we're collecting them. Damage up, damage up.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars!
Okay, the reason why I do Saturday mornings is so then that way, like, you know, even if I'm in a situation like this, normally there should be, you know, someone working the Saturday shift. Who's calling at this hour? Fuck.
Chronicles of End, record the cruelty of merciless storms.
Ding dong. Damn it, I just pressed that. Yep. Oh, come on. Where's my arm's length? There we go. Thank you, arm's length. Cool. Technical support hotline gave me a little thing in a diggy, but right now I can't answer. This would probably piss off someone. Oh, fuck. Shit. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Ah! Come on, stay alive. There we go. And then thing. Equilibrium. And where's my provoke? There's my provoke. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's the wind one. Alright, so let's see here on my on it. And swept. Now I just need 9 on these. Alright. Do not go off in less than 10 seconds, please. Oh, of course you do. Of course you do. Oh, that's our healer out of the way. That's not good. Stay alive and do not die. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, our healer's alive again. Excellent. Alright, I was worried. No. So close! Come on! Almost there. We can... Oh, drops there. Actually, no, probably can't. Yes! Alright, who called work? Who did... Oh, no. Do not call the technical support hotline back. Find out who called the, Ding dong. Oh my god. Ding. I was away from phone and... ding. I'm gonna give it to the Reaper for saying hello to me. Ding. Yay. Thank you! Thank you for the dungeon. I really appreciate it. Alright, I was away from phone. I was away from phone and in a MMO raid.
Very good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
Okay, so... who decided to...
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
Who is on the Saturday
All
shift and
your
didn't...
Kui were once my equal in size, but
Can I
ever
get a
since we
call
were
on
decimated by
regarding
disease,
account security?
it is
Hold
rare
on.
to see a child reach our former stature.
Wait, is it only Thomas... who's...
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition. The one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
Okay, is there...
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokhui. Is this true?
what the
With
fuck?
the visions our ancestors had, to be precise.
So they answer, and then...
Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine,
Oh boy, what's
where people
happened?
lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Thank you, Mr. Brightside. Thank you for being a thank you for being a DPS in the
And the
dungeon. I really appreciate it.
expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Wet thicky.
Ah,
Wet.
little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Here are some of the attempts.
Hello!
Hello.
Another claimant I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
How?
Here and now, I think he means.
You're short a DPS. You're gonna they're not gonna have a fun time short 1 DPS. How's it going, Wet Thicky? Aren't you in Van's server? Yes. Yes, I am. I know of the Van you're talking about. Okay, so here is so let's just look at something.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof.
Hello?
You both shall be rewarded.
I'm sorry I couldn't get to the phone. I was in the middle.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
I'm back. Alrighty. So that was my boss. Cause here's the get-go, alright? Hang on a second. Here's the to clue you in. Both what is it? Hang on, where's the side-eye emote for... Where's the... What's the name of the emote where it's like the Pedro monkey? There we go. So yeah, so that was my boss. He got the call. Basically someone that, like, you know, works, not explicitly with us and what have you. They were getting some login attempts from a country they are currently not in. And we have someone on the Saturday shift. They could have posted in the desktop support chat of like, hey, I'm getting some weird thingamadoogies. They didn't. They called us. It went to the level 1. He didn't answer. I'm not level 1. I'm level 2. It then went to, because of that, it went to level 3, our manager. So he's talking to this person distressed. They're like, oh, my account's been compromised. And it's like, you know, all the thingamadoogies have been unsuccessful, thankfully. Do you have MFA on your account? Yep, you're good. Because, like, if you can crack MFA, then that's a bigger problem. But that's not what happened here. So they reset their password. So then that way, any, like, attempts that were going off in the foreign country were going to fail even earlier than just the username and the password. And, you know, just... We'll investigate it, whether this is a country that they should be able to log in and what have you. So, but yeah, it is absolutely, like, he's just like, yeah, it's okay. Cause I apologized. I was like, I'm sorry. I wasn't at my phone and there was an online thing. So thankfully I didn't get the shit kicked out of me for not answering a phone in the middle of Saturday. Yay. Alright, now we can continue on with the cutscene. Now we can continue on with our normal Saturday. They don't know I stream though. That's the other thing as well. I don't want to explain to them. I don't want to explain to my work buddies in like a grander fashion of, oh hey, I stream like several times a week and you will probably find me like at this location here with this kind of avatar. Because that will raise way more questions than answers for them on this one. So, yeah. I'm going to come into work on Monday, and it's going to be like, hey, who took on the Saturday call? I'm just going to take it on the chin and say, not me. I was in the middle of a dungeon. I could not stop. We were literally at the final boss. Brightside, if you're still here. Brightside. What's more important, a password change or the right of succession? Yes! You are thank you, Brightside. But Kermit, what's more... What's worse, inconveniencing a real-life person with their password, or getting through the rite of succession in this critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV? Okay, I will be real with you, Mr. Brightside. If we weren't in a boss set, if we weren't like just sitting, if we were like going in between places, oh, I would have dropped my things. I would have said work calling, answered my phone, and then for like the next 5-15 minutes, you would just see like, you know, this screen over here. Maybe this screen over here. Like, you would see one of those two screens as I was in the middle of dealing with an IT problem for a real-life person. But I'm gonna be real with you, he kind of over-exaggerated. He just needed to change his password, and he didn't know how to do that. It would have been to race thee and thine to the summit, though mayhaps not whilst being... Yep.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, He withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat.
There's probably a very important message on
the
that
earlier
tower.
stages saw us learn the history of the Yokwi. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
Oh, you know what these guys remind me of? It reminds me of the precursors from Jack and Dexter.
Is this a burial ground?
They sound like the earlier...
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
Aww.
That explains why there are so many.
Hey there, Zarul.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I'm sorry, that was just a great screenshot. I need to share that with a friend. I need to share that with a
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Aw, that's cool.
Kettenram, the Laminsan explorer. Does this mean he joined Galul Jaja on his travels?
So what's the goal of this game? Oh, so we're helping out Wuk Lamat. We're helping up the cat lady to take on...
Seeker of the Unknown.
To get through the,
How strange to see your name here.
To go through the rite of succession to try and take on the Dawn servant position that her father has taken.
Who were not Yokwi, but their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
Have you not heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? that comes with a free trial. All right, hang on a second. I can say this with a straight face. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a 3 trial, allowing you to play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward Earth expansion and award-winning Stormblood expansion, up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? Available on PC, PlayStation, Xbox. Yes. Alright, do I... Hang on. Alright, what else defines your father aside from strength and knowledge?
What else defines him? Oh, of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me.
So the first son... So the first...
And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
Nice. So yeah, the first son has the strength, the second has the knowledge, and so the third is peace. Granted, the 2 of them are adopted, but... You know, you get the... Ah!
What in the hells was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
Uh-oh.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Valigarmanda is free.
Crazy.
We need to get back there, now!
Wait, I'm level 2. Why did he call level... Why didn't he call level 1?
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Ooh, is he gonna change his mind, or... Nope, he's just gonna plow on ahead. Selfish bastard. Okay. Alright, we're gonna make our way through the empty area. What is everyone doing here? Why are there people waiting here? I'm kind of... Oh, never mind. They just fucking disappeared. Okay, never mind. They probably are doing... They're probably going up to do that dungeon. Or treasure map. Oh, okay, that could be it. That could possibly be it. Oh, damn, the flints are strong. Hopefully, this will give me the experience. Nope, it does not. Of course it doesn't. This character is so close to getting to, like, level 94, so then that... Or 93, so I can hand in quests. But it can't do that yet. Look at it. Look at it. 15.19 million versus, and it needs 15.34 million. God fucking damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have... Alright, hang on a second. I am going to get its... Yeah. There... So yeah, so... Hopefully the boss... Who... Righto, who didn't answer the on-call? Just took a call from... He didn't sound mad on the phone at the very least. But, yeah, I could do a fate. I can also, like, explore this little thing to be over here. Because I'm pretty sure once I explore... Oh, this is where the... Yep, no, never mind, we're not doing with them. Oh my god, I am, like... I am 45,000 XP away. Yeah, I probably just need to do a fate. Knowing my luck, there is going to be a fate that crops up, like, on our way back. It's just gonna spawn, like, somewhere around here. Yeah, so there's a fate all the way over there that I can't get to. Oh, but it looks like there's a place I can go, like... Yeah, I can take that path and check out the gorge, which should give me like 50,000 XP, which should be enough to cross me over the line into level 93. Let's see how we do. Okay. Yeah, why did that person have to call? Did it. Southwest. Somewhere over there. Oh, actually, no, somewhere over here. Damn it. Well, that's gonna be a fun one to go after next time. Good luck. Good, you're back. There is much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate a sudden surge in Aether, there were already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath, and then lend a hand where you can. Ooh! Okay, hang on a second. Do I... Okay, so I've already got plenty of Corpse Blue. I don't have any of the Iris Purple. And I've got some Blood Reds. Okay, so we're gonna go for this Iris Purple. You may now enter... Yep, cool. If you're ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask that you alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to these people hurts. I love it. We're in a very, like, you know, disaster mode situation. And I love how the quest started thing is... Beep, 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 beep. It's just so happy sounding. Here we go. The third promises protector? Everything was bathed in red light. A searing heat enveloped my entire body. Couldn't move. Oh, we're basically talking to the same people as last time. You know what one of the annoying things are? It's normally around this time that I would be, you know, wrapping up stream and what have you. So if they, like, you know, held off from calling in, like, half an hour, I might have then been able to answer it. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony, yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. Nice work on getting a great white shark. But yeah, 2 of my oh my god, the warrior's up to level 95 already. I am going to need to, like, put that thingamajiggy on the wayside then. Nice work on the himbo rating. On the cube ratings there, Jason. My wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness in my throat is as if all the moisture has left my body. Crazy. Nice. 83% queued and 67% himbo. Good ratings. Good ratings. But yeah, Jesus, like, how quickly did it go from, like, one thingy-majiggy to the next? Like, oh my goodness. Does that thingy-majiggy... I think... Invited, notified, was successful, and then they answered. When did they answer the call? 9:53. 34 versus 30, like literally within a second they answered the phone. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert then? Mm-hmm. That is well. Oh, joy, an advertisement! It took an hour to get through that dungeon and deal with the... Alright. Well, we've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I healed the giant attacked by that mountain bird, the group's leader, Vorporlor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then I felt an intense wave of aether and returned to find Warlor's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Valagamonda had broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're gonna need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the temple god and see what's become of the sky-ruined prison. Alrighty. The High Luminary grants you entry and awaits you within. Thank goodness.
What happened?
Oh, it's just gone. It's not like it's cracked out of the ice. It's just gone.
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Oh, we're getting an echo that's going to tell us exactly what we need to know.
Who enters this hallowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmata.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Oh, that's not safe.
Explain yourself.
Oh, it is as they say. Kulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
Oh, you dick! Dick!
You mustn't!
Balls. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
This guy's cheating! Hi there, Velk. Security in this place needs an overhaul. These guys couldn't secure a refrigerator. Oh, look at that. The danger noodle is free. I'm sorry, did Bakul just take that head on? He just fucking raw dogged that hit like a tank?
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him!
You think he would be kicked out of the claimant?
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda.
I'm helping.
This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, killing a mythical beast of, like, untold calamitous proportions? Have you met us? As if you had to ask. This is some a realm reborn kind of stakes. We can do this.
Dear comrades, now, eh?
Yes.
I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it.
Also, I need to share to Clue a new thing to do these.
Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
Let's see, are you gonna even fucking help?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valigarmanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
Someplace hot?
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Actually, no, it has a command of ice, fire, and lightning, so we don't exactly have a lot of good options to...
Inform the Bello of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
Sorry, I need to...
Hello!
Hello, welcome back. Welcome back, Sage. How's it going? Wuk Lamat. Had a lovely dinner, and now you're getting ready for Betty Bye times. Fair enough on the Betty Bye times. I don't know what the fuck is going on at work, but like the only person that's responding to shit is a New Zealander, where he's probably gonna be fucking off in like an hour from now, or no, he's probably fucked off already for all I know, timeline wise, and we're having like people report an issue. Like, what's going on? Why can't I just have a quiet Saturday? I'm not meant to be on the Saturday shift. I'm on call only on the level 2, so I shouldn't be, like, the first point. Yeah. So, Aaronville, any ideas on how we can track Valagarmanta? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option. Not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it'll let us ascertain the Sky Ruin's whereabouts far more quickly. Through a Toral Vidral of extraordinary nature, Vigalmonda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. Device? What device? I have that minion. I have that device. A floating hand. Now that's not the time to be playing with toys. I got that emote. This is no toy. It's an Aether Seeker. As the name suggests, gleaners use it to detect the aether of living beings. And you've had that in your pack this whole time? Hopefully it doesn't get worse and you won't have to leave and deal with it. I'm hoping I don't have to leave and deal with it. It's just I'm looking at this, like, it's just a case of I'm looking at the message. I'm not meant to be online. Other people are meant to be online. And it's like, what the fuck, guys? Like, why am I picking up on these things, like, far quicker? Like, I'm home! I'm not in the office right now. I am home right now, trying to play a video game for the rest of yous. And somehow I'm, like, answering things, like, quicker than people that are currently in the office? Like, get the fuck out of here. I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valagamanta, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valagamanta from its icy imprisonment, Bakul Jaja cast spells which quickened its fire-aspected aether, and the residents here were uniformly afflicted by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that, upon breaking free, Valagarmanda unleashed a great fiery blast. Then the choice is plain. Fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults. As we were not able to input our quarry's unique aether signature in advance, the device will respond to any living source of fire-aspected aether. So, we have the reliable, yet slow method of information gathering versus the potentially swift but easily misled Gleaner tool. I say, why not pursue both methods at the same time? Good idea! We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, Grant, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. Sounds good. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Sky Ruin sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yokui. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by the creature like Valagamanda. I should like to be close at hand should their condition suddenly worsen. Close at hand. You might head off, have a great rest of the stream. Not to worry, Jason. Thank you so much for being here this morning / afternoon. I really appreciate it. Right. Sounds like we all have work to do. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We should be on our way as well. Actually, hang on. Before we go into the mission, let me get my minion out. Hang on a second. Let me get the minion out. Okay, so we got the Behemoth Air. Where is it? There's the Puffin. Rin, Gaia. There it is. Look. I got one too! You have to go as well. Good luck with Valagramanda. Thank you so much, Mr. Brightside, for hopping in. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you once again for being a Reaper in the dungeon. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, and then set the Seeker to detect fire-aspected Aether. Look at this old Seeker. Look at our little wind-up cursor. I love how they call it an Aether Seeker, but it's just the wind-up cursor. You just came back from KFC and tried out the new deep-fried cook... Bookie. You do not know how tempted I am for ordering KFC. For a deep-fried cookie dough. It's Saturday. I got nothing. Popcorn. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. KFC is greasy. It's greasy as fuck. Well, where is it? Oh, it's like, oh, wait, no, there it is. I look like a unicorn. Oh, no, that's my ear. But it almost looks like a unicorn. But yeah, like, Bookie. You've seen how big I am. I haven't gone for fast food in like a week now. And I'm very tempted to break that for this deep-fried cookie dough. And for popcorn chicken. Because here's the thing. It won't just stop at the deep-fried cookie dough. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get several other things from KFC. Because I'm going to have it delivered. That's a good week, then. I can go for longer. I could have self-control. Or maybe, I don't know. Like, maybe. I don't know if it's a good idea, though. You know, you could pay me to eat it, and I wouldn't feel as bad, but, like... Oh. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I should. Like, there's all kinds of new fast food things that have, like... Because apparently McDonald's has done, like, a whole slew of new quarter-pounder things. Which is, like, one of my favorite. Hungry Jack's is doing their fucking Uno. If you'll regret it, then don't. Do you know how often I hold out a cookie for people? Is reliably no, but here's the thing: is McDonald's is reliably baseline. In the United States, you don't get worse than McDonald's. Okay, that's the point. That's the point of McDonald's and fast food joints, is that there's a baseline, and it's McDonald's. You can't, and like the thing is, in Australia, sure, there are places worse than McDonald's, which is like, how is that fucking possible? And the answer is, because no one here seems to understand that first little bit. They're expensive now as well as garbage, but you're better off going to a fish and chip shop or something. There is a fish and chip shop that's nearby. Right. The Seeker is ready to go. Warlord's echo is still suffused with the Sky Ruins residual aether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the senses. Let's begin tracking, shall we? How about Subway for takeout if you're gonna treat yourself? No, I shouldn't, like... I shouldn't, like... How much is how many calories is in the footlong? Hang on. Doesn't Subway have a lot of sugar in their bread, or was that overseas? I think it's possible here. Hi there, Papo Pup. I am in dire conflict with myself. One of my viewers has mentioned that KFC is doing deep fried cookie dough, and okay, it doesn't mention it anymore. There was like deep fried cookie dough. I have been trying to, like, you know, minimize the amount of calories I consume, and all this kind of, like, you know, because normally I go for like junk food like 3 to 5 times a week. It is not great. And so far this week I've not gone for junk food. I have actually I've stayed so critically low in calories, and I've been able to lose like 2.5 kilos. But it's the weekend. Like, oh my goodness. You don't understand. It's just, Maybe I could walk to this because there's a Subway place. There's a Subway place that is like a walk away. I could walk, like, let me see, hang on a sec. So if I type in Subway footlong, so there's, oh cool, so there's a Subway menu in this. This is weirdly, MyFitnessPal, if you type in a restaurant and it's like, you know, they can get the information and such, it will actually give you like a list of all the items on the shop. So then that way it can like show you the serving size and the calories, and that's convenient. Oh my god, that makes like browsing fast food like with another element to it. Rather than just only looking at the things I want, it's like I can also look at things and try and find alternatives. Because I will be real with you, like one of my most common is the Italian pizza sub. That's what I normally go through. Subway has a nutrition chart, I believe. I would know. I researched Subway during school, determining the healthiness of Subway. Yeah, no, like Subway, like let's not have any illusions here, okay? Subway is not a healthy sandwich. Subway is a healthy takeaway, and that's a huge asterisk. But hang on a second, let me just have a look. So we have breakfast BLT, we got buffalo. Where is Italian meatball marinara? For breakfast, sausage, spicy Italian, Subway melt. There, and then there's soups, and then there's toppings. So you can do it on like the individual thing as well. That's debatable, and it's all up to the customer's choice of ingredients. Exactly. Exactly correct there, Bookie. It's so like, here's the thing. So let me go through my menu. So we've got, all right, so I'm pretty sure, all right, what's the spicy Italian? The spicy Italian is, all right, so if I go for the, I think it's a spicy Italian is what I'm going for. So if I go for the spicy Italian, it's about 960 calories. So it's a spicy Italian, or is it it's not a mega melt. Oh, it might be the Italian BMT. Hang on a second. No, I'm gonna put down spicy Italian because that one has the higher calorie count, because I'm like, I don't want to pick the lower calorie count I'm thinking it might be, like, if I want to overestimate the calorie count, not underestimate it. You could distract yourself with more Final Fantasy XIV. No need to get takeout when you have game. Might want you to get something later. Yep, cool. Once you choose to depart, Aaronville will accompany. Yep. We're following the Aether Seeker. Affirmative. Tracking nearest source of fire aspected Aether. Please follow the Aether Seeker, please. Fire Aether Seek. Fire aspected Aether Detective. The glove has a... Haven't you played this? Haven't you played this video game, Veluk? Have you not heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and award-winning Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? Does it have a mouth? It doesn't need a mouth. Does the iPhone have a mouth? Does your mobile phone have a mouth? Do speakers have a mouth? Do PCs have a mouth? Does Furby have a mouth? Okay, in retrospect, Furby does have a mouth, but let's be real with you. The Furbies aren't real. We stopped caring when Wuk Lamat, in my time during this MSQ, was the entire expansion. Beep! Source of fire aspecting... Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. How dare you get the deep-fried cookie dough and make me want to get it. Source of fire aspected Aether located. Tracking disregarded. Hopefully that does sound robotic. You said I'm sorry. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. No, that's a fire Aether thing. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, ooh, Italian herbs and cheese. So it's on the Italian herbs and cheese bread with... Would you mind dealing with that fire sprite? It will continue to confuse the Seeker if we leave it be. Alrighty. It's absolutely confused by this fire thing. Here we go. You are under attack by a fire sprite. Activated. So. 14 to 5. Oh my goodness, you gifted me something! What? You gifted me something, Bookie! Bookie! I feel like I guilt tripped you. Are you okay, Bookie? Thank you! Thank you for the 2.2 liter bottle. I will definitely be filling it up with water and not Pepsi Max when I get it here at home. I thank you so much for the gift. I really appreciate it. I've been drinking out of like all kinds of like, you know, cups. I've been drinking out of either cups or old SodaStream bottles. So thank you so much for getting like a proper size, because the reason why I wanted that one is because it's like a proper size one, and the idea is like that's supposed to have you go through an entire day, ideally. which I think is fair. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for, like, you know, poking the bear and being like, oh, how dare you make me think of deep fried cookie dough. You're not gonna fill it with Pepsi Max, are you? No, absolutely not. Not unless someone buys me Pepsi Max. I'm not filling it with Pepsi Max. That would be terrible. It's gonna be filled with water. It's gonna be my bottle for like streaming. It's gonna be my bottle, so then that way it's like one of those cases of like each time it redeems, it's like I'm gonna try and go through a thing. We'll figure out like how much I normally drink from like a redeem where it's like, oh, you need a hydrate. A necessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative. Tracking nearest source of fire expected aether. Here we go. Yeah. Here's the thing I don't understand about like Pepsi Max and Coke Zero or zero sugar, zero caffeine. Like soda drinks, like, you know, the prevailing thing about them is that they're not meant to be good for you as opposed to like water. But so in the food diary apps, however, they note the drinks having like 0 calories to them, which I'm gonna be real, I don't quite believe. I'm not too sure if I believe like the Coke no sugar or the Pepsi Maxes with the 0 sugar. I'm not too sure if I believe those having 0 calories. Like, they shouldn't have the same number of calories as water. I feel like there's got to be some level of it. That'd be great for hydration. I know I'm a thirsty and dehydrated guy. Oh, you thirsty bitch. I know you're a guy. I know your pronouns. They're not up there, but they're in my view. But like, I don't know why. Thirsty bitch just. Anyway, what did Bookie say? Didn't get to tell you. Centrelink finally gave you rent assistance after half a year, and they've even back paid you big time, so you've been helping and spoiling. Ooh, okay, that's impressive. Okay, but all right, Bookie, no, come closer, Bookie. I didn't do this with my Centrelink payments when I did like the rental assistance and I got like the student allowance and such, but put some into savings. Like, I'm not kidding. There are bank accounts out there that will give you like a 5% interest thing if you deposit like at least $10 and you don't touch that, like, you know, you don't withdraw that from like a like for a month or something like that. That is it's totally worth it. You want to do that, and it's more beneficial if you can do bigger lump sums in a month compared to normal. It's totally understandable having multiple bank accounts. I currently own 3 bank accounts. At one point I had like a 4th because technically I was using like a mobile app to like do like some stock thingamajiggies, but none of that happened. Like, you can have multiple bank accounts. Like right now, all of mine are under A and Z because I don't get like any monthly fees and such, because they've since turned that off, because I was like, oh hey, I have this, like, you know, I have these accounts with you and I'm about to start uni and I'm wondering if some of these can be waived because, you know, I don't have a guarantee of income all the time. And they're like, oh, we can just waive it indefinitely. And I'm like, thank you. Their interest rate isn't perfect. It's like only 4.5% or something like that. But there are bank accounts out there where it's explicitly about savings, where it wants you to deposit like, I think $100 a month, and it will give you like 5.5% interest. So basically, like, you know, you put $100 in, they give you an additional $5. Essentially, is what that, you know, interest rate is going to be. I don't think it's interest rate on the value of the bank account. I think it's interest rate on your deposits of that month. So either way, but yeah. I totally understand the incentive to, like, you know, to share, to, like, you know, to treat people, to be like, hey, I really appreciate all the times, you know, we've hung out together and what have you. Here, let me go get us some lunch, or hey, I really love the streams. Here's a bottle of water and such. You're currently in a household. Let me tell you this, Bookie. You're currently in a household where one of you guys is frugal as fuck beyond belief. They hate it when you give them gifts for their birthday. They absolutely hate it. It is hilarious if you ever give them gifts. I have done that 3 times for them. I've gifted them a pair of aviator sunglasses that made them look just a little bit terrible because it was yellow tinted aviator sunglasses and they had like this mustache 5 o'clock shadow thing. So if you had to point to like a 1980s pedophile, you would look at them with these aviators on and you'd be like, that's them, officer. So that was the first thing. The second thing was a Top Gun hat. That one I feel like was a proper gift. And I swear he's hiding his birthday from me, so I'll get you the birth date. I'll help you get the birth date, okay? It's not gonna be impossible. I'll help you out with that one. But yeah, so if you need to be frugal, you absolutely can do that in that household, okay? Source of fire aspected aether located. Tracking disabled. Oh, nope. Frighteningly enough, but again, not what we're looking for. If you would be so kind. Alrighty, let's have a look. But yeah, don't you worry. I'll help you out with the birthday thingy. I have not done a birthday gift for him since I've left. I will be real with you. I think it would honestly be funny if I did do something with you. So then that way, not only does he get 1 gift, but he gets 2 gifts. Do not mention any of this to him. So he'll just have this he'll have this like iconic Jesus, like he'll just say his Jesus line or something. So he'll just be like, Jesus. I decided to get him some McCain's pizza because he gave me the last pizza at the Woolies. He insisted that he pay me back. You won the fight and he took the pizza. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. He is so, like, he doesn't want any sort of like gift giving things. Like, I don't know what it is about him. I don't know what it is. Like, he's fine with being like just a little bit charitable if it's no cost to him. But if there's a cost to you, like if there's an interpretable like cost for you, he doesn't want you doing gifts. It's so weird. This man is an only child and he's like, don't gift me things. And it's like, it's called being nice. There is a segment of funds that is just a slush fund where it's just black sites. My thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to... Seeker, resume tracking, and do try to point out something useful this time. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Following the Seeker. Where the hell are we going? Alright, so if I consumed... Alright, so if I consumed a subway, it would be 14... It would be 1,400, so it would be another... no, it would be too close. If I went for a subway, it'd have to be a 6-inch. And I'd be way too tempted to go for a footlong. Source of Aether aspected Aether located. Tracking disengaged. How do I clear entries? So, because... yeah, this would have like a... ding. Ah, another remnant of Valgamada's last rampage. The crater's flames register to the Seeker as corporeal aether. Hmm? In the words of Tulolial's saga, when Valgamarda rages out of control, its fires burn forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Sky-ruined perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see a fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as living aether. We can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. Bullshit, the Italian herbs and cheese bread has 0 calories. That is horseshit. Yeah, no, we're not going for Subway today. Aaronville. There. Now the Seeker should ignore any aetheric signature but Valagarmada's. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. Yeah, no Subway. Like, because here's the thing, is that, like, a 6-inch sub, like, with the toppings that I normally go for, is, like, 700 calories. But I normally go for a foot long, so that would end up being more like 1,400 calories. So, which is sort of, like, I'm gonna be real with you, way too much, because I only have, like, 1,500 calories to go, like, with today. And oh, actually, I can probably register. I've drunken at least 2 cups of water. There we go. So yeah, so because the Dare Ice coffee gave me like 500 calories of energy. Like, I only had like 1 cup of that stuff, but it was still quite a bit. So yeah, I would need a. This is the fun part of calorie counting. You will look at foods that you used to eat, and you'll realize how they don't really, they're not a huge amount, but it stacks up because you're not normally eating just that. So yeah, because yeah, for instance, like if I go to yesterday's menu, it's like Brumby's chocolate croissants are 260 calories, which is, that's fine. I got a spaghetti bolognese from My Muscle Chef, which was 500 calories. So yeah, so it's like, there are some stuff where it's like, it's not terrible on its own. It's when you have to like worry about like other things. So like if I go back to Sunday, for instance, a McDonald's double quarter pounder meal is like 1,500 calories, with like, accounting for like 50% of my fat content and only like 9% of my protein and 30% of the carbs. So, and that McDonald's, like one of those McDonald's meals would have been enough. I don't need 2. So yeah, so that's what happens. It's barbecue bacon quarter pounders, by the way, at McDonald's. Yes, I know. You don't like this is the trouble. I like food. This is the tragic thing is like I like food, I don't like exercise. I'm glad I never got into fast food and have the obsessive trait of saying I can make that than doing it. There's so many food, like here's the thing. There are so many foods where I'm like, I can eat this. There's a thing called the HSP. The HSP, or the halal snack pack. You go to a kebab shop here in Australia, and here's what they do. They put on like a serving of chips, and then they put on a serving of meats, and you have your choice between chicken, lamb, or mixed. And then they throw that on there, and then you can pay extra for cheese or whatever other kind of toppings, and you get 2 free sauces, and that's it. It's just chips and meat. It's just carbs and protein. But granted, you have like quite a bit of fat because, you know, it's deep fried chips and the spinning meat of kebab. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. Do you ever have the desire of just, rather than getting like shavings of the meat from the kebab stick, you just want to like go like, you ever just want to take a bite out of it rather than like doing shavings and shit of the lamb one? You just want to take a bite. You just want to get like a thick cube of meat. You just want to meatsicle. A euphemism, but also true. God. Oh my goodness, imagine if someone did that, where they just got like a swirl of... No, wait, that's shish kebabs. That's literally just shish kebabs. God fucking damn it. Maybe that's what I should get from the grocery store. Maybe I should get shish kebabs and just like cook... This time, the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valagarmonda's Aether. Resume tracking based on the latest sample. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Beep. Sample Aether signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. Nope. Where the fuck did he go? Okay, he went down there and... Oh, looks like there's a thing going on over there. Oh no! Damn it. I didn't get to the fated time. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Ignore that I was in my tits for a second. My god, they... Good. The Seeker was drawn directly to the Sky Ruins fire. Now we know we set the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Tyrol Vidrol itself. Recalibrating sensors. Resuming tracking. Actually, where's my... To the northwest. So it's somewhere in this direction? Dun dun dun. Wait, are you... No, there is no way it's somewhere in this... Like, I looked around... I scoured this place! Oh my... I scoured this fucking place, and it wasn't in that area. Got them Unreal Engine wobbling gravity wellers. I wish. There is no fucking way that it's like... That would be ridiculous. Because it's saying it's like... But I was here last time trying to... What was I... There we go. I'll deal with that Aether Current another time. Oh no, Kahlua stopped streaming. Wait, has Kahlua stopped streaming? Yes, Kahlua has stopped streaming and they've now raided into a lion lady. I am going every direction. A lime lady? No, a lion. A lion lady. A lioness, you might say. Are they a lion lady? Yes, they are a lion lady. Fuck you, everyone. Fuck all of you as I run into your salt flats. Saboteur is just running after me. So yeah, I got 2 missions in there, and I've got 3, like, places to look for there. So yeah, I've got a ways to go. Does the lion lady control the I don't know. I don't understand the machinations of lionesses, okay? Like, they do all the hunting, but it's like multiple lionesses to like one lion. They'll bite his balls if he's not nice. Like, what the shit? You are a strong, independent woman. Why is there like multiples of you following this one lion? I know they do like to seal your leg alongside unnamed. Lions, hyenas, any sort of predator just like looks at me and they're just sort of like, ooh. Ayo, the Uber arrived. The Uber Eats arrived. I think we'd notice if Valagarmada was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side. Jack! Yeah! Ah, it sounds like my dishwasher.
The trail ends here, it seems.
It sounds like those
Armanda have
dishwashers
shifted
with a
its
funny little
elemental
chime.
aspect. It does have 3 to choose from, after all.
Possibly, but wouldn't we have seen?
In any case, I'm almost certain the Vitral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor.
The where?
We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Absolutely. How's it going, Jack?
Alphino is assisting the yacht with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the...
I have been doing my best to, like, you know, avoid like junk foods and such this week. I've lost 2 kilos so far, which is great. People talk about some delicious things in the chats.
Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals.
Did you come here to share your cheesecake?
Many-colored glow. After 80
what
years
delicious news do you have for us,
would
Jack?
be in dire need of sustenance.
What delicious news
It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valley Garmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valley Armanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valley Garmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lardor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them?
Hey. Nice.
The monument to Valley Garmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Technically, we're gonna go through a raid, so there's gonna be like 8 people in this like little fight, and that's gonna make the difference.
No less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead. A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vitral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people.
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
They could be.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace.
No delicious foods from you this time.
If you would hurt them,
the weird Samble ice
then
cream
you'll
descent.
have to go through
I
me.
still don't understand that one. I still don't understand how that machination works. I'm going to be real with you.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuk Lamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
What Naruto energies.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
Glad you think so.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
You could help.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes.
Cool
Even the
metaphor.
crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
There it is.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird.
Ah, see? Snake bird. Not chicken. Snake. Oh, wait, Sashara's not here, is she? She can't hear my dissatisfaction.
I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Hey, we have a new duty to do. I love this little party you got here. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So our party is we're helping out Wuk Lamat. We're helping out the cat lady, and she is the third daughter. She's the third promise. So she's basically the third daughter of the current Dawn servant, the king of the South Americas, as essentially is what he is. He has 3 children. The first promise is Sural, like the blue lizard you saw earlier. He's like very gun-ho about the whole, yes, we shall grow the great Toral by conquest and shit like that. He's very interested in war, and he's very strong as well, which is the crazier thing as well. His second son, who is an adopted, is the cat boy there. I forgot his name already, but he essentially went to Charlian as like a, you know, as a overseas kind of thing and learned the magics and technology from there. So he's in the premise of like, oh, we shall improve Telluriel by utilizing the magics and the science from foreign nations in order to help improve our own nation. And it's like, you know, that's cool and all, but what about the discoveries and uplifting of our own nation rather than, you know, relying to the foreign? But, you know, that's not being discussed very well. And then we have Wuk Lamat. She's his first daughter, but they're called Third Promise because, you know, 1, 2, 3. And she's just like she's just a sweet bean. She's not the strongest. She's not the smartest. She's just really, she's really lovable. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice. I think I'm gonna try it with NPCs. Alright, so we get Thancred as a gunbreaker. We get Uriange and Alice as the healers. we get Wuk Lamat, who is a tank, but they're a DPS. We get Zoralja, we get Krill, and we get Koana as DPS is mega cursed. Alice being green is cursed. Look, I don't know why they don't put Alpha Note. Like, why? Like. It's just so funny. It's just. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of this. It's like the current party is just like, yeah, red mage, green roll. What does she have? Vermedica? This is gonna be hilarious. I can't wait. Look, I have a Healy thingy-majiggy, so like we're gonna be Koana or Cloana. Gods, I have to yell at my friend later. It's Koana. I don't think there's an L in there. And it looks like Velagarmonda is gathering Aether. So we're gonna need to stop. I love how they just put us on a perfectly flat square platform as well. Like, look at us. On a perfectly flat square platform. How convenient in this wild island. Alrighty. Oh, Alice and Uriange did not bother moving from their position.
That's far enough.
I'm sorry. Are you guys not gonna fucking help the healer by not dealing this nonsense? Fuck is that? Oh, it's changed.
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
Alright, cool. I picked a good spot. Now we're going into Storm. Yep, Skyrim Storm. Last hour of work. Let it be over. You need to tie to your desk for the new PC. Hey, congrats on the new PC. Oh, you. There's gotta be something you can do about that. We have.
Oh, radiant starlight, become my blade!
See, I was the smart one by using my arms like thing. Nope. Okay, I see. So we're going at this one at a time. Got rid of the ruinous power, which is
This should do it!
I have you now.
We've only gone like halfway so far.
Behold the heavens brilliant!
Do you?
Oh, was no one gonna do the fun little, like, you know, rescue? Oh, so that's where the that illusion, and we're doing like a trust like thingamadiggy button I should be aware about, so that way I can force one of the DPSs to do a did it! Vacure? I don't know what Vacure thing. What's wrong with squares? No, I was just joking that because like you had all these spires and shit around, but then here it was just like, ah, yes, a perfect square.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage.
Are the siblings gonna celebrate together?
For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father.
Why not?
The Vidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
I'm sure you'll surpass him one day.
You're right about that. Just need a few more battles like this one under my belt.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Yep. Your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised, at the least. Zarul Jah came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Saril Jah in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Zarul Jah. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Velagarmonda, it wasn't only Urpukaka at risk. There would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule, and I have to catch him and take back my keystone. Spending time alone with Saril Jah was akin to torture. Despite my obvious disinterest, he spewed a constant stream of mean-spirited bile. Honestly, I might have preferred facing fire and ruin with you on the battlefield. Sup, Thancred? The Yoku must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valagarmonda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alpha knows as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. Sorry, hang on. There we go. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gerfurler.
To the temple, then?
That won't be necessary. Heroes of the hour. Valigarmonda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town. But the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
God damn.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valigarmonda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jalja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second.
Thank you! Thank you, Phantom, for the
Phantom
22...
with
there
the
we go.
22-month Tier 1 sub. Hi cute himbo hooter Zebby.
Hi, thank you for the 22-month sub. Every time they give us like a little piece like that, I keep thinking it's a piece of candy. I'm doing okay. I am doing
Only 2 left to
okay.
collect.
It is what it is.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valiarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokwi. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolal as we enter this new age.
Got an update on the new OC. Nice.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You, Wuk Lamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valikarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
Wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict.
Sounds...
Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess. A statue so tall, even my kin would need lift
their gaze to behold its visage.
Visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wuk Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams.
Phantom demands
No
you drink.
dreamers.
See, once it's safe for work, so I can
The
get
forest?
your thoughts on
What
her
do you
design.
mean?
No, it's okay.
From
Look,
the very first,
when it my opinion should not matter on a persona.
the queries
Just
in Yaktel.
First and foremost, my opinion should not matter on this stuff. If you wish to share, like, you're welcome to do so. We have a persona channel in the Discord, and you can share it there. And, you know, I'm sure someone will say something positive about it.
That territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there.
Hopefully so.
Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude.
What you think didn't mean like judging or
merely
dissing. Ah, okay. Okay. Sorry for the misinterpretation.
Farewell, Wuk Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
I don't think Vorpolor and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuloliol, but that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. And there's like, there's two blue ticks, and I'll need to like find the thingamadiggy somewhere around there, no doubt. Aaronville would propose a course of action. I think it's time we return to Tululiol. After scaling Torol's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the 4-Ard cabins calling our names. Yay! We'll get to go back to the main city and take a rest. Just worded bad. Sounded better in my head. Not to worry. Understandable. I'll just pick up these blue ticks while I'm here. So this will give us a sync thing. Great and mighty grand. Yep, cool. Yep, so there's 3. So there's 3 Aether Currents I need to get to this area, and 2 quests I need to do. So there's a few I need to do. Yep, so he's down there. And I'm getting lost. Hang on a sec. Ah, there he is. Partake in one of our customary rituals. And then, yeah, so we share it around these areas here. Alrighty then. Cool. Sorry, nose. Excuse me. I might... Actually, I might end the stream before I finish this mission, to be real with you. Actually, no. Let's get back to the main city. Let's get back to the promise of peace. I'm not gonna like fuck around with these minor missions here. So many ticks here. Leves, the hunt, and then these are like the level 90 missions. So yeah, these are the role quest missions, sorry. Cool gear. It's honestly just lovely running around this area and having a look. Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be headed to the palace, Wuk Lamat? Wuk Lamat? Did you hear me? Lost in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter. I'll be back soon enough. And attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. Oh, we have to go all the way down? Okay, fine. We're going all the way down. Welcome back, Master Zeebs. Your cabin is just as you left it, minus a light layer of dust. Yeah. Huh? Wuk Lamat? Wuk Lamat!
Have a moment?
Yes. Yes. Come in. In. Get in.
There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
What is it? to share.
So,
What did you do?
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. You're welcome to interpret that however you will. Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know! I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Tuliol. Hell, that should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. Okay. I don't know if she is trying to romance me. Like, this is the MSQ, and I don't know if, like, you know, romancing is an MSQ thing? I would like it to be, but I don't think it's a requirement. Alright, we'll head to the Resplendent Quarter. Kashiwa, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better?
It's much better. It's much healed now. So don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day.
Expands the zebra. Inflates me big and round, is that it? Hi there, Rabbit. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? how is your day going? Inflates me big and round. So yeah, I just been streaming the last few hours. We're going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV.
I can't be lounging in my bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I could do.
I'm enjoying myself. I am actually enjoying quite a bit of this expansion so far. I've been going through it, like, I've been pacing myself through it, and I've actually been quite enjoying it. There was a moment where work tried calling me when we were in the middle of a raid, which was kind of crazy, but thankfully, my boss handled that phone call, but then he did give me a phone call afterwards where it's just like, hey mate, just wanted to double check on something, and I was just like, oh! So thankfully he's not too annoyed with me for missing the call, because to be frank with you, I was the level 2 who, like, someone else should have picked up the call before it goes all the way up to me. Plus, we had someone working the Saturday shift as well, so there shouldn't have been anyone that's just, you know, you're enjoying your expansion. Why you think I don't? Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Is there something wrong with expansions? Is there something wrong? I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? That's Wuk Lamat. She's one of the like people trying to claim the throne.
Oh, ho, ho. There's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it will help.
Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshua.
And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest.
Thank you for the clip, Phantom Master. If you could name the clip, that will be most appreciative. I usually prefer named clips rather than ones that are just like quickly like, wapa. He's like, wacha. All those smiling faces.
Did you see it?
What? Oh, sorry, Grant. I'm getting distracted. It's just that, with the progress we've made in the contest, even those everyday encounters feel that much more special. This is my character, by the by. I'm a bunny boy. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to that spot I was thinking of. I thought this was going to be a very quick mission, but turns out we're now on an escort quest with Wuk Lamat, as she, you know, has us go around the place and what have you. This is a very beautiful, like, island, though. Let me be real with you.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. I'd look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Orkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural?
Yeah, I remember that. It literally happened a few hours ago.
Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war.
It's an important aspect, but...
And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far.
Amazingly enough, like, a lot of the stuff we've actually been doing in this journey has not been very combat heavy, only when we had to go into a dungeon. This guy, when we did his test of strength, and then the Watsamahuzi, the raid we went into earlier. Yeah, she's really nice.
I realize nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
Yeah. You wish for a world like in the Yokoi's dream?
With eternal life and no struggle or conflict, it's certainly an ideal worth striving for. Who knows if we could make such a world a reality? But renouncing war and conquest seems like a good place to start. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness.
She Naruto energies, right?
It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me?
Yep.
Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the caverns.
That was a really sweet moment. I really like that. Me? Nah, I don't have anything I need to take off my chest. I'm fine as I am. Actually, no, that's not true. But I am doing a lot of work. I have been doing my best to like lose weight and try and be a little more manageable with my finances. I've gone like the week, so from Monday to Friday, I didn't order in like takeaway or anything like that, and I've lost 2.5 kilos so far, which is actually fairly good for me. The music is so different. You also cook dinner instead of ordering food? Nice! Good work. I've not yet, like, you know, done a full-blown cook on my side, I will be real with you. I've just been doing a lot of calorie restrictions, so... Which has been relatively easy for me to do. You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was well spent. I was glad to snap some quality sleep myself. After all, it will soon be back to the road for us. Woo! Peaceful intentions. I should change. Actually, I should change my title. Hang on a second. All right. Where is the MSQ title that we're looking for? I have so many different like titles I've gathered. The Finest Pupil's Ally, Gigi's Best Friend, Survivor of the Song, The Return, The Liberator, Loved by the Axe, Swirling Abyss, Raban's Left Arm, Fashion, The New Sun, Under the Moonlight, Monster Hunter, A Requiem for Heroes, Sunless Sea. I have liked World Cleaver for a while. Oh, there's another... Okay, there's another page. Jesus. I was not... Dawntrail, Moonwalker, Hope's Legacy, Endwalker. We found Friend Slayer, or Fiend Slayer, Throne of the Twin Star, On the Trail. There we go. On the Trail, GrantZeebs. 663. 650. This is... Sort the inventory. 665. Okay, so we're close. We're Friend Slayer. No, Fiend. Fiend. I wasn't... Oh, god damn you. Sylvester Crystal. Alrighty, actually, I can desynthesize that. Alpha Note seems eager to review your journey thus far. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. Dun, 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 Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all Clements as they currently stand. Zorul, Jaw, and Koana have completed every feat thus far and hold five keystones apiece. Wuk Lamat would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaw's thievery, which has left us one short. The conniving braggart didn't do so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I'll be taking back what is mine. This, I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valagamarda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say that I'm comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I will do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of the Repast and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamul Jah and Zabral in the forests of Yaktel, specifically near a village called Ilbarax. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketanram befriended a 2-headed king known as Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa. So this Ketanram fellow must have come to Tuliol. Most likely. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yokoi architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Utarch, didn't you? Then Ketanram must have met the Dawn Servant in Maruk. Maruk? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural. Once upon a time, and at the seat of the Mamul Jah's homeland, it too lies in Yaktel, not far from Ir Barak. Then all things considered, Yoktel seems the most obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Koana's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? It's a hot air balloon. You'll be fine. Oh, she gets seasick, by the way. That's why she doesn't like, you know, boats and things, so... I'm curious how she's gonna deal with air, of all things. I'm not going to be able to hand in this quest as my current paladin, which is unfortunate. I'll have to swap back over to my tank, which is my main, class, the warrior. So I need to get these ones up, so then that way I'm not like idling behind with a lot of them. These guys are never going to get anywhere nearby, but mostly I need to keep these ones up to date. This one is just for the heals. Oh, we can't go in from there. Okay, never mind. You hath escaped work? You're free! Free! Man, wouldn't it be hilarious, like, you know, just after all this time of trying to be able to, like, you know, get some free time to watch my stream, Eamon just... I don't know if that was effective, but we'll see. The next flight to Yoktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. She's so anxious. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air? All the way to Yoktel? Look at our cat lady. She's just afraid of flying. Time to meet my bro and then sneeze forever while I'm tidying my desk. Wear a face mask if you're concerned about dust and things. Oh! Disconnect everything and just vacuum. Easy. Are you ready? Bags packed and goodbyes said. There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just saying that you're not nervous. Sure. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand just until I've settled my nerves? Maybe ask... I want to say of course so strongly. You do not know this hunger in me. But we're not likely going to be able to romance Wuk Lamat. Like, it's funny to be like, oh, maybe ask Aaronville, but I feel like if I use this tone, that's me, like, objecting to it at all, not being humorous. So I'm gonna go of course. Yep, you want to wear a face mask, Jack. You're the nicest person I've ever met, Grant. I'll try not to crush your hand. Meanwhile, she just has a fucking death grip on me, and, like, I'm bleeding from the back of my hand because she's just, like, gripping me with, like, a fucking death grip. She's just, like, crunch. There she is. Third promise. Just wait a moment. Hi. My blue and Tobly. Of course, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origins of Krill's earring. Oh yeah, she's wearing a 3-leaf clovered earring. She just picked up this random earring from a letter or some shit. Don't ask me why. She just thought, oh yeah, let's just wear this earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yuk Lamat as protective ward for travelers, correct? Mm-hmm. That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at a market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would provide to be commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yuktel, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck! Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my father there, or yet another discovery to look forward to? Oh yeah, grandfather. I should be saying grandfather. Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Grandpappy. Is that what you call your grandparent, Jack? Grandpappy? I just go with grandpa. Although on my dad's side of the family, to help when we were younger and such, to help differentiate between like grandpa on my mom's side and grandpa on my dad's side, grandpa on my dad's side is called Grumps. Cause like they're actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna say their names. My grandparents on my dad's side, they're Tom and Jerry. It's so funny. So yeah, and so my grandfather on my dad's side has like this sort of, he didn't always have this expression, but sometimes he has this like grumpy old, like, you know that grumpy expression from like rural British people? They're not actually angry. They're just like, you know, so like, brr, like just, yeah, brr. Like, that's what he looked like a little bit. So he was called Grumps instead of Grandpa. So, yeah. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm good as there. Last call for passengers to Yuktel. I really hope she wins. Yuktel will test her mettle without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Ooh boy. That is some foreboding news, if ever I heard. Ooh.
The fierce Shepral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yuktel.
Bill Gates? Sorry, that was the first thing that popped into my head. The Azure Forest is Bill Gates?
Mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature. It is easy to understand why the place is so named.
Because it's Azure. She's not looking well.
It is here, where the Shepral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you alright?
You know she isn't, Krill.
Never been good with heights.
You know, that's bullshit, considering we just, like, you know, we're standing at the top of the thing.
Far denser than in Kozamautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground. Unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A what?
A cenote?
Did I have fun with the sky noodle? Yes, the sky chicken was not a problem.
Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said. And after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
I love how she's just always being bullied.
It was one time.
Is the Shabral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Ooh, I love the music. With thicker vegetation come reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. Nice. This is from the benchmark. This is the place that was in the benchmark where you're on the chocobo and you take out like your little like, you know, like sack skin of water and you take like a sip of that and then there's like, you know, things like running through and such. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? That looks like a bee sugar glider. Weird. Ooh, Aether Current. That's one. Well, those are some weird plants if ever I saw them. Good. Everyone's accounted for. Ikbrox is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Yep, I won't be able to hand in the quest unless I'm... There they are. Aaronville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Alrighty then, I'm gonna, like, you know, link up to the Aether thingamadiggies, and I am going to end the stream here. I have been streaming for, like, the last almost 5.5 hours now, so I reckon this is as good of a time to, like, you know, sort of stop what I'm doing, get out of my chair, stretch, clean the desk a little bit, you know how it is. So, yeah, that is going to be it. Actually, let me go back to the game screen instead. Ah! So, that's going to be it for today's stream. Nice one, Jack. That's going to be it for today's stream. Before I disappear, let's have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. I'm probably gonna like idle or something right there. I don't know. But, you know, there's stuff that I want to do. I want to have a look at like I want to have a look at some like meal delivery like options. So not the Uber Eats or the DoorDashes or Milk, but I mean like the ones that are like, you know, the ready cook meals, like the microwavable ones, and seeing if there's like bulk discounts we can go for or something. Now, let's have a look and see. Ooh! Scribbly Noodle is streaming right now. It looks like they're doing some King of the Castle. That should be a nice one. Hopefully he's going to be at it for a whiles. Ah, so he was meant to do art, but he's being lazy. So, here is like... King of the Castle, King of the Castle, King of the Castle. Wah, wah, woo, wah. That's gonna be our raid message. Wah, wah, woo, wah. King of the Castle, King of the Castle. I hope you'll join in with me on that one. There isn't any emotes to go along with it. It can be whatever. So, but yeah, that is going to be it for this afternoon's stream. We almost went into the evening with this one as well, but I don't want to like go really long with these Final Fantasy XIV streams, especially since we're into like the latest expansion and they haven't done any patch content yet. So I will have a look at what I'm going to be doing next week as well, because Wednesday is going to be Yakuza as always. Monday, I'm probably going to pick one of the gifted games, and I'm probably going to stick to it instead. And then, you know, that obviously leaves my Thursday, Friday open, but I'll need to double check what my Friday looks like, because I might be able to do something in the morning instead of the evening for Friday, which will be good. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning stream. I greatly appreciate it, and I hope you all have a wonderful time. Bye!